Number 14, Nate Hollinger, first base.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It is time for El Dorado Bronco baseball here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon from El Dorado. Kurt Caden along with Avery Osen for the first of two games today. Avery has heavy rain from after our game Friday night and into the morning Saturday. Really did a number on the outfield here, and despite all the hard work from Doug Bell and the players, they were unable to get the game in yesterday. Now we've got the sun's been beating down on the ground all day today. Hopefully we can keep the rain away and get 2 7-inning games in today.
And looks like from the weather forecast, hopefully the rain will hold off tonight, and we'll be able to get both games in, and then we will be back on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday night is the next home game after tonight for the Broncos. Other games today in the league, Wellington is out at Dodge City, and Derby is at Liberal, and of course our game here, Hayes at El Dorado. And we're going to give you the lineups here in a moment, but for the Broncos, Avery, they're experiencing something today for the first time. A couple of things, actually. A doubleheader scheduled, and they're having to rebound after their first loss of the year on Friday night, a really well-pitched game from the Hayes Larks as they won 8-2.
Yeah, and they will look back 4-1 on the season, I believe. And they, like you said, they'll be looking to bounce back from that loss they had. And I'm looking for, because Sam Lane, or actually not Sam Lane, but Jeremy McGowan will be pitching tonight, and Sam Lane back in the lineup for us.
Just a beautiful day here. Temperature in the upper 70s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, sun shining, and of course the normal 7 o'clock games, we see the sun shining here, but this is about as clear of a sky, and early in the day we should have plenty of sunshine. I mean, this looks like an ideal day for baseball today. We're going to have the national anthem, so we're going to have to turn down our mics, actually, while you get this, and then we'll have your starting lineups for you in just a moment as you listen and watch to El Dorado Bronco baseball. And our national anthem here from McDonald Stadium, again, with some licensing, and we can't have anything copyrighted that goes across the air here without their permission, and so even something as you would think the national anthem would be okay, but we got flagged on that the other night. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Larks. They will bat Michael Burns. Boy, he had a good game here on Friday night. He's the starting center fielder leading off. Batting second, first baseman, and relief pitcher Nate Ollinger. Ty Detmer, the catcher, bats third. Derek Berginski plays right field. He'll bat fourth. Tyler Leffler at shortstop bats fifth. Matt Ludy will bat sixth. He's at third base. Cooper Langley is the designated hitter batting seventh. Zaire Quayman, the second baseman, bats eighth. Evan Gruner will bat ninth. He plays left field. And for Hayes tonight on the mound, or today, Nick Goza.
In the field today for the El Dorado Broncos for Game 1 of this doubleheader, starting in left field, Dylan Muka. Over to center field is Sam Lane, and in right field, Clayton Dalrymple. On the diamond, to start for the Broncos at third base, Trevor Azell. Shortstop, Morgan Oliver. Second base, Levi Parker. And at first base is Brandon Cuddy. Catcher for the Broncos today, Jonathan Schmitz, and he'll be receiving the ball from starting pitcher Jeremy McGowan.
Avery, last time we saw McGowan, a pretty darn good effort from Jeremy as he went 5 innings, gave up just 2 hits, had 4 strikeouts, and got the win here against Denver on Monday.
So look for a repeat performance here against the Hayes Larks on a Sunday afternoon.
And the first pitch from McGowan is in there for a strike. Great to have you tuned in and ready for El Dorado Bronco baseball on a beautiful Sunday. First pitch temperature 77 degrees under mostly sunny skies from El Dorado. And McGowan quickly ahead of Burns, 0-2. McGowan, the windup and the pitch, and Burns, an emergency swing, slaps it foul. Friday night, Burns was, all he did was go 4 for 5, score 2 runs, steal 2 bases in that leadoff position. And a curveball, high and inside for McGowan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wind is blowing in maybe right to center field as McGowan paints the inside corner for a strike 3 and a strikeout looking on Burns. Let it bring up Nate Ollinger. Ollinger was really good in his 3 innings of pitching here Friday night. Gave up just 1 hit, retired 9 of the 10 batters he faced. He's playing first base today. Left-handed batter, and the first pitch in there for a strike. And Avery McGowan very early on here is just hammering that strike zone.
So what you got to do here early is, pitch strikes. Don't let anyone on for free, which we saw the Broncos do a little bit of in their loss on Friday night.
Quickly ahead, 0-2. Off-speed pitch there, called for a second strike. No balls, 2 strikes. McGowan the pitch outside, and ball 1.
Right away, one of the Hayes Larks, probably their batting coach in the dugout, telling his players in the dugout, I don't know what he's telling them, but he has his hands up, and he is making sure he delivers a message to his team.
Lazy fly ball out to Sam Lane out in center field. He'll make the catch, and the second out of the inning. Nice to see Sam Lane back in the lineup. He did not play Friday night. Of course, got injured here Wednesday night. So it looks like he's ready to go, and he's in the number 2 spot in the batting order. Batting third for the Larks is Ty Detmer, the starting catcher. And the first pitch from McGowan. He goes off speed and gets it on the inside corner. The umpire back behind the plate has a bit of a delay. It's not an immediate strike, but it's a bit of a delay, but he's emphatic about his strike call. And Detmer pops it up in between third and left field, coming in Dalrymple, and check that was not Dalrymple, that's Dylan Muka in left field. He could not come in and make the catch, so it is a base hit for Ty Detmer. Good effort there by Azell and Muka. Dalrymple has moved over to right field today, where Jacob Spring normally is. Spring out of the lineup for this first game. So that brings up Derek Berginski, and we remember Derek from Friday night, a big 3-run homer in the first inning to put Hayes ahead 3-0 in a game that they never trailed. El Dorado did get within 1 at 3-2, but 5 unanswered after that, and Hayes won 8-2. First pitch is a strike, and now a check over at Detmer. He's back. Detmer quickly back to his lead. Tyler Leffler will be the next hitter if Berginski can get aboard. Right-handed batter is Berginski. Here's the pitch from McGowan, and a little change of speed there, and Berginski was out in front. No balls and 2 strikes. Breeze blowing in. It's a pleasant breeze, Avery, but it is coming in. It's going to be tough to... You'd imagine Burns from Hayes is going to be out there. He'll be playing in as a swinging strike 3 against Berginski. Retires the side. A very good-looking first inning from Jeremy McGowan. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. After a half inning, Hayes 0, El Dorado coming to bat. Let's take a look at the batting lineup today for the El Dorado Broncos as they come into this game 4-1, 1-1 in league play. They'll lead off with Dylan Muka, the left fielder. Sam Lane bats second, the center fielder. Third is Brandon Cuddy, who's batting a cool .600 in a couple of games for El Dorado. In the four-hole is the catcher, Jonathan Schmitz. Batting fifth, our first look on the season at Max Hogan, the designated hitter. Batting sixth, Clayton Dalrymple out in right field tonight. Trevor Ezell is batting seventh. He's at third. Levi Parker bats eighth at second base. And batting ninth is Morgan Oliver, the shortstop. And, of course, the pitcher is Jeremy McGowan.
For the Hayes Larks, starting in left field, Evan Gruner. Moving over to center field, Michael Burns. In right field is Derek Berginski. At third base, Matt Ludy. Shortstop, Tyler Leffler. At second base, Zaire Koyman. At first base, Nate Ollinger. The catcher, Ty Detmer, and starting pitcher for the Larks is Nick Goza.
And Dylan Muka, the starting left fielder, will lead it off for El Dorado. No score. We're in the bottom of the first inning. And the first pitch from Goza, high and away, ball one. Hayes in their blue unis with the red numerals and gray pants, red belts, red hats, blue bills as the ball one pitch is fouled right back at us. El Dorado in their orange vests with the black undershirts and white pants. 1-1 pitch. Goza to Muka is outside. Ball two. Goza, a junior from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, plays his college ball at Delta State. Right-handed pitcher. Ball gets away from him here, so the Larks get it back in. 2 balls and a strike. Friday night, Avery, we were commenting on how Burns doesn't play anywhere near where the grass is kind of worn out from most center fielders as the 2-1 pitch is fouled back. And Burns, well, he was in. Now he's actually a little further back than we saw him here on Friday night. Here's the 2-2, and it's popped up out to left field, and it'll be caught out there by Gruner for the first out.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit farther back than he was back on Friday night playing in center field, but he still is a few steps forward, and he looks like he's playing a little farther to the left side tonight. And he's actually going to, just as I say, that's going to move to the right a little bit. But, yeah, some kind of interesting alignment from him. But as you said, he can make up the ground that he's making up for by standing on the left side.
He's shading Sam Lane to the left field side of the outfield. So the gap right over Koyman at second base. And the pitch in there for a strike. So Sam Lane's behind, no balls and 2 strikes. Sam injured early in the blowout win Wednesday night. He was injured in the second inning with a pinky of some sort. We don't know if it was dislocated or what. So we didn't see him during that marathon game Wednesday. Didn't see him here Friday, but he's back in the lineup tonight and bounces one down to third base. It's fielded over there by Ludy, who throws over to Ollinger for the second out.
Sam Lane used to batting in the 1 hole for the Broncos. This is the first game that he will not be in that position, but he's still batting second.
And Avery, we see Dalrymple, who's been batting second or third this week. He's dropped down to the 6th spot. So Coach Gerwick kind of playing around with some guys here and seeing how he can, fix that lineup to make it as good as it can be. But there's a lot of weapons in that lineup for sure.
Yeah, there is. And even moving someone like Clayton Dalrymple down there just adds another bat to the lower half of the lineup.
1-0 pitch, I should say, is in there for a strike to Brandon Cuddy, the first baseman. He's had a nice start here for the Broncos. 10 at bats, 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 doubles, and 1 home run. And he's ahead 2 balls and 1 strike here against Nick Goza. Goza's ready to go. Fans filing in here to McDonald's Stadium. Coming on, odd start time, a 5 o'clock start time here for this doubleheader. Of course, we were originally scheduled for 7 o'clock and 1 game. Instead, we'll start 2 hours earlier and play 2 games. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch to Cuddy, lined to past Ollinger into right field for a base hit. So Cuddy stays hot for the El Dorado Broncos, and that'll bring up Jonathan Schmitz. Schmitz on the young season, batting .400, 7 RBIs. Of course, he's got the 3 home runs that he did all in one day, or last Sunday. Schmitz from Tarleton State University looks at ball 1. Max Hogan would be next. Schmitz in there. Modest lead for Cuddy, and the 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball and a strike to Jonathan Schmitz. Goes over the pitch, block. Cuddy off to the races. Here's a throw down to second, and Cuddy's out. Close play, but the tag was applied. And it looked like when Cuddy hit that turf, it just kind of stuck a little bit. We know it's going to be kind of damp, but he didn't really slide like you would see normally.
Yeah, and good play there from a catcher for the Larks, Ty Detmer, who, after he couldn't find the ball, located it, picked it up with one hand, and a strike to second base to get out Cuddy.
So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. We're through an inning. Hayes 0, El Dorado 0. More play-by-play in a moment here as you watch and listen to El Dorado Bronco baseball. And welcome back to another broadcast of El Dorado Bronco baseball here on YouTube. It's been a busy week of doing games. We've got these 2 here today. We'll be back Wednesday, but only really 1 game in the next 10 days for us to do or so, Avery.
Will be hopefully some of these other places that the Broncos will be going. We'll have some broadcasts we can keep watching, and even if it's just audio broadcasts, being able to stay connected with the Broncos here this next week and a half, 2 weeks.
Broncos go to Newton Tuesday, home Wednesday, and at Wellington Thursday, and a weekend series at Liberal. McGowan was very efficient in the first inning, gave up just the 1 hit to Ty Detmer. Tyler Leffler leading off the second, and he's quickly ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Leffler was 0 for 3 here on Friday night. Had a walk, was hit by a pitch, did score on the 2-run home run by Detmer. McGowan has fallen behind 3-0. Leffler from Benton, Illinois, plays his college ball at Bradley. The 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Leffler, Ludy, and Langley for the Larks here in the top half of the second inning. Open stance from Leffler, the pitch from McGowan in there for a strike, and it's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Never want to do that as a batter, is walk out of the batter's box and then have the umpire call the strike, because anything close here, you better be swinging, because that umpire will probably be calling a pretty big strike zone as he strikes out eventually in that at-bat.
Great job there by McGowan to battle all the way back. Got the call on 3-1. It looked, from up here, it looked like it was, we can't, it's hard to tell, did it get the knees or whatnot. We can kind of tell the plate. We're not exactly right behind the umpire, but we've got a pretty good look here at McDonald Stadium. Matt Ludy pops one foul into the Bronco dugout. Their bullpen, in fact, over their bullpen into the kind of the mounded dirt that's just behind the bullpen. So no balls and a strike to Ludi. Ludi played first base here Friday night. He's playing third base tonight from Shoreview, Minnesota. Plays his college ball in the Big Ten at Nebraska. And he is quickly behind 0-2. So McGowan has thrown 5 straight strikes here in the second. And a pitch lined to Levi Parker. And that's an easy out for Levi. 2 away, and here comes Cooper Langley. Langley from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, but he plays his college ball at Fort Hays State. So instead of traveling much further, he's just staying in Hays and playing for the Larks this summer. And he check swings at the first offering, and it's a strike. Oh, 1 and way behind is Langley, and it's 0-2, and McGowan is really cruising right now, Aver. That's 8 straight strikes for McGowan. The 0-2 pitch, and the tie, and ball 1. Started the inning with 3 straight balls, came back with 3 straight strikes to require Leffler. Got ahead 0-2 on Ludi before he lined out to Parker, and then 0-2 to Langley. Here's the pitch from McGowan, and foul tipped into the glove of Schmitz, and a very quick top of the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. No one left on base. We're through 1.5. Larks and Broncos tied at 0 from El Dorado. Both pitchers cruising along here from El Dorado, especially Jeremy McGowan. He has struck out 4 Larks already, giving up just 1 hit as we head into the bottom of the second inning. Goza had a good first inning as well. Gave up the single to Cuddy, and then with Jonathan Schmitz at the plate and a ball that skipped in front of the catcher, Detmer, Cuddy tried to advance, and Detmer cut him down, and so Schmitz will lead off the second inning, the bottom of the second. It'll be Schmitz, Hogan, and Dalrymple for the Broncos. And Schmitz, who's already seen a couple of pitches from Goza, so he should be somewhat comfortable up there, looks at strike 1. Goza is in the ready position. The Broncos trying to slow him down just a minute as they hesitate to get in the box and then ask for time. Schmitz takes it low, ball 1. The Hays Larks will have a nice homestand coming up, it looks like. 1-1 pitch coming up here to Jonathan Schmitz. And Schmitz called time. Hays will be home on Tuesday to Dodge City. They're home Wednesday and Thursday to Liberal. And then they'll entertain Wellington over the weekend. So Wellington having to go out west 2 straight weeks. They're at Dodge City this weekend. They go to Hays next week. So a nice stretch of home games for Hays. They're home Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before they travel to Liberal on the 17th. Ooh, Schmitz looks at one very close, but it's called a ball, and it's 3 balls and a strike to Schmitz. Goza steps off the mound now. Now he's gets right up there, gets the sign, and he is ready to go. 3 balls, 1 strike, and it's in there for a strike. Full count to Schmitz. Beautiful day to be at the ball yard All the fans pretty much in the shade. Up by Avery and I here to our left, there's some sun that's peeking through the gates and getting the little bit of sun on the fans. But for the most part, it's just sit in the shade and watch the baseball game as Schmitz takes a walk himself down to first base.
Really couldn't ask for a better night, as you said earlier. Mid-70s or high
70s, yeah, 70
or so, and not much wind.
And boy, I'll tell you what, welcome to the team, Max Hogan, as he lines one out to center field. Burns, though, Avery playing so shallow, took that on a hop and nearly threw out Schmitz at second base.
Yeah, he did, and it's becoming a regular occurrence here for the Broncos is these new players that keep coming to the Broncos. Their first at bat, they are swinging, and they're not just, maybe a grounder or something. They're hitting them hard. And just like that, Max Hogan starts his Bronco season 1 for 1.
Didn't even get a chance to talk about it much. So a nice start to the inning for the Broncos. The first two men on. Schmitz by walk, Hogan by single, and here's Trevor Azell, squares around to bunt, and may have got him on the thumb there. He's checking to make sure that's there, and that might have went right off his thumb. You can imagine what that feels like on your fingernail. I mean, it's like closing your hand in a door or something. Oh, is that Dalrymple? I'm sorry. Thank you. I had Azell. I was looking down at Azell. That's right. Clayton Dalrymple is the batter. And Clayton Avery, we've seen him bunt before, but this time he's more laying down the sacrifice bunt instead of bunting for a hit. And he seemed to be kind of in between, and then that pitch came inside and looked like it just it got his thumb, which was connected to the bat there, and boy, that stings.
Yeah, Nick Goza, the pitcher for the Larks, that's what you're told to do is whenever someone squares up the bunt, pitch it, inside. And it's not necessarily because they're trying to hit him, it's just the strategy of the pitch. And that one, unfortunately, caught Clayton on the hand.
It's a foul ball. Clayton, after the umpire and both Coach Gunnelson and Gerwick talking with him, got a little time to maybe get that throb. Well, you just know how that hurts. You get that throbbing in your hand, and that's hard to get rid of.
I'm sure it's hard to, just to step back in there now and do it again.
And he does just that, and it is on his hands, and he lays down a beauty right in front of the plate, and he's going to be safe. The catcher, Detmer, looked over at third. Oh, wait, they're going to say he's out. And that gets Chad Gerwick's attention. It looked like that ball was high, and the first baseman never corralled it. And I'm not sure if the umpire was saying he was transferring it there, Avery. And now they're going to meet with the home plate umpire. So best case scenario here for Coach Gerwick, at least he got the umpires to converge on this and talk about it. The umpire, the way he's indicating, he's saying the player was trying to get it out of his glove, but it didn't look like he was looking to transfer.
Well, and the throw was just a bit high for Koyman there. He was covering at first base. And they're going to actually call him safe. That's a good call. Koyman reached up to try to catch the ball, and whenever he brought his glove down, I think maybe the umpire thought that was maybe a transfer instead of him just trying to still catch the ball. So it ends up being a good call there. And the Broncos, bases loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the second.
I think you give the catcher the air there. That was a high throw. Detmer looked to third. He looked, and then he fired. Well, Dalrymple's got good speed, and I think when he saw where Clayton was, he really tried to unload that thing, and it was a high throw for Koyman, and he just never could. He did not secure it, and the umpires get together, and they change the call. So it's a sacrifice for Dalrymple and an error on Detmer. And Azell hits one out to right center field. Burns can't catch up to it. One man scores. Azell is halfway to second. Here comes a second man in, and out will be Max Hogan. It looked like some confusion there with the Broncos and their base running. Hogan is thrown out at the plate. Schmitz did score. So Azell with the single and the RBI.
Well, what caught him there was both men were tagging at both bases. So that left Dalrymple and Hogan kind of waiting to see if that ball was going to jump. But once it did, it was a good play there from Michael Burns to get it into the infield as quick as he could. And got Max Hogan out at home.
Levi Parker squares and bunts it into the crowd for strike one. Yeah, and Azell he was ready. He figured he was going to get a double, but Dalrymple saw ahead, and Hogan was just at third. So Dalrymple stayed at second, and Hogan probably should have been given the stop sign there at third because he really didn't have much momentum coming around the base, and he was out pretty easily at home. Dalrymple down at second, and Parker fouls one away. Strike two to Levi Parker. Parker, 5'9", 160. Goes to Emporia State. Morgan Oliver would be next. One away here in a busy bottom of the second inning. We've got a walk, a single, a sacrifice, an error, an argument, a reversal, and a single, and a man thrown out at the plate. A lot has gone on in about 5 hitters here. Parker strikes out.
In a game that hadn't had a whole lot going on other than good pitching, Broncos finally getting the batting going here in the bottom of the second.
Tell you what, though, if Hayes can get out of this down just 1-0, they've got to feel pretty fortunate because El Dorado had bases loaded with nobody out. Right now, 2 out and 2 on. Morgan Oliver, shortstop. At the plate, he's batting .450 here on the young season. Dylan Muka would be next, back to the top of the order if Oliver can get aboard. 1-0 El Dorado, and the first pitch is high to Oliver.
I know the Broncos have only played, this will be their 5th and 6th game of the year, I believe. But they're used to playing 9-inning games, so that makes every inning so much more important when you're only playing 7.
Oliver got right under it. It's popped over here. Detmer now gives way to Ludi, and Ludi brings it in. Nice communication there from the Larks. And a nice job by them to get out of a big-time jam with very minimal damage. 1 run scores for the Broncos. There was 2 hits. There was 1 error. And there was 2 men left on base. So we've played 2 complete from El Dorado. Broncos 1, Larks 0. More play-by-play in a moment as you listen and watch to El Dorado Bronco Baseball. And welcome back. The Broncos lead the Larks by a score of 1-0. And with these 2 7-inning games, Avery and I figured out, well, I'm going to do the 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th. And Mr. Avery Olsen's going to do the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So with the Broncos ahead 1-0, let's send it over to Avery.
Jeremy McGowan, don't even have to say it, but he pitches another strike here. He's been pitching very well here through 2 innings. Up for the Hayes Larks 8-9 1-hole, starting with Zaire Koyman as he falls down 0-2. Here in the top of the 3rd inning, Broncos lead 1-0. Koyman 1 for 4 last night. Or not, excuse me, not last night, how about Friday night in the win. He was 1 for 4 with a triple and a run scored. McGowan deals, and a good pitch. And they're going to call it a ball, and then Koyman check swung, and the umpire says he didn't go, so that'll make the count 1-2. Next pitch from Jeremy, off the turf, and that'll even up the count at 2-2.
You mentioned the 7-inning game instead of the 9-inning game, so all of a sudden here you are in the third, and if McGowan can get through this, you're halfway through the game for the Broncos almost. I guess the top of the fourth would be a halfway mark, but I imagine it changes a little bit how you manage and who you go with. And McGowan's been very efficient so far. He might be able to go a little longer if he can stay efficient.
Next pitch from McGowan's chop to Azell at third. A good throw gets him, and he's gonna. It was a good throw, but it dropped by Brandon Cuddy at first base. We'll see how they score this one, but Koyman will start at first base with no out here in the top of the third.
They're going to give, I think they're going to give Cuddy an error because Koyman would have been out on the play, and so that error goes. I'm not sure if you could throw it on the throw or the catch, Avery. The throw seemed to be there. Cuddy had to stretch a little bit, but it'll be an error for the Broncos.
Evan Gruner now batting, the left fielder for the Hayes Larks, with Koyman on first. McGowan off the stretch. And it'll be a little outside, ball one. (1-0) to Evan Gruner. Gruner 0 for 2 Friday night with 2 strikeouts. Had 2 walks and a run scored. From the belt, McGowan pitches a ball, and then a throw down to first is just a little late. Koyman gets back, and 2-0, and Gruner has the advantage over McGowan. He steps into the box. Koyman 2-step lead off first, attempts to bunt, he pulls it back, and 3-0. Hayes looking to respond from the Broncos' 1 run in the bottom of the second. Could have been a lot worse, bases loaded, no out. Broncos only get 1. And the next pitch upstairs, ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk to Gruner, and that'll bring the top of the lineup up in Michael Burns with guys on first and second as Jonathan Schmitz wants to go talk to his pitcher, Jeremy McGowan. Schmitz trots back behind the plate. As Michael Burns steps in, he had a good night last game on Friday night. 4 for 5. 2 runs scored and a double. Attempts to bunt. He gets it down the first base line as Levi Parker covers first, and they'll record the first out of this top of the third. That'll advance both runners, though, to second and third here with only 1 out.
First baseman Nate Ollinger.
Nate Ollinger steps up to the plate. Flied out to center field back in the first inning. First pitch for McGowan. Swung on and fouled off the screen behind us. Behind him, excuse me, not behind us. And that'll be 0-1 here to start this at bat. Next pitch for McGowan, a good fastball on the outside, and strike 2. Hayes blue tops here, the Broncos supporting the orange tops. 2 pretty interesting colors here, and nice jerseys from both teams as a ball is lifted down the left field line, and it'll go behind the fence. Foul ball, and 0-2. 0-2 pitch to Nate Ollinger. Also fouled back. That'll keep the count at 0-2. Guys on second and third. 1 out here in the top of the third inning in this 7-inning game. Next pitch, a little low. Ball 1. Here at McDonald Stadium, the Broncos 4-1 here in the young season. Next pitch, also fouled back, and I'll keep the count at 1-2. One-two pitch from Jeremy McGowan. Outside into the right-handed batter's box. Evens up the count at 2-2. Good at bat here from Nate Ollinger, really making Jeremy McGowan earn it. 4 foul balls in this at bat already. Next pitch from McGowan. Fouled back off the screen. Keeps the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch from McGowan. Off speed, and that'll be flied out to center. Sam Lane gets behind it. He'll throw it home. It's cut off, thrown to third, and he's tagged out on the play. Third base coach for the Larks doesn't like it. And that run will score as Koyman was tagging up at third. So that'll tie the game up at 1 after the Broncos put one up in the bottom of the second as we head to the bottom of the third. As I said, Broncos 1, Larks 1. More baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium in El Dorado. So the Broncos and Larks tied here at 1 in the bottom of the third, and the Broncos bring up the top of their lineup in Dylan Muka, Sam Lane, and Brandon Cuddy. Muka flied out to left field in the first inning. First pitch from Goza, little outside, ball 1. Broncos got one of their own in the bottom of the second. The Larks respond right back with one in the top of the third as Goza throws a strike on the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1.
It was a nice job, Avery, by Brandon Cuddy to cut off that throw from Sam Lane, flip it over to Azell, and get that out, the third out. But unfortunately for El Dorado, the run crossed the plate before they got the out at third.
As Dylan Muka base hit right past first baseman Nate Ollinger. So the Broncos get their leadoff man on here in the top of the third, or in the bottom of the third, excuse me, and Sam Lane. grounded out to third base in the first. First pitch from Goza. Lane squares around for a bunny, pulls back. Little low, ball one.
Avery, you get the feeling the way both starting pitchers have looked early on here, both managers, when they get a guy on, they're looking to sacrifice and get him over and try to play small ball and get any run they can across here. They're not looking for the big inning.
Lane down the first base line, and he's going to be thrown out by a step. At first base, that'll advance Muka to second, and yeah, Kurt, that's kind of the what we were talking about earlier with the managers, kind of their game plan. Only a 7-inning game. Every run is that much more important. And Dylan Muka on second for Brandon Cuddy.
And why not get a runner in scoring position when you have Cuddy and Schmitz coming up at 3 and 4? And a nice job there by Sam Lane. He almost beat it out.
Cuddy had a single in the first inning. Muka on second. First pitch swung on by Cuddy, and it looks like it's going to be called a foul ball.
Off his foot. His front foot there, you can kind of see him. We've seen Dalrymple get his fingernail pinched, and now I bet you a toenail might have been squashed there on Cuddy there. He's a strong guy. He's not going to say it hurts, but if that was you or me, I imagine we would have been toppled over.
I was wondering why Cuddy wasn't running there, as I didn't see it hit his foot, but obviously it did.
And it still got out to first, which tells you how hard he hit it off his foot to ricochet out to first base.
0-1 pitch from Goza. Low off the turf as Cuddy tells Muka to stay at second, and that'll leave it up to count at 1-1.
Detmer did a great job there. Every moving his feet, slid over kind of a back foot curveball from Goza, and Detmer was right there. Dare I say Salvador Perez-like.
1-1 pitch outside, and they're going to give him the strike there. Looked to be off the plate. So that'll give the advantage to Goza as Cuddy asked the umpire where that pitch was.
We're not trying to beat a storm or anything, are we?
We do have 2 games, but I don't think there's any rain in the forecast here. Hopefully not until we get out of here. Cuddy down the first base line. Foul ball.
Well, the umpires have, this umpire has had a pretty wide strike zone for both pitchers. That was maybe a little further out than most, but the umpire's pretty much telling the players, you're going to go up here, you better be swinging.
Yeah. And personally, I don't mind if umpires do it if they're doing it both sides. And he's calling them both ways. So 1-2 into the turf.
Tell you what you can see on the video a little bit, Avery, I've been noticing here as well. When the batter, even when they're taking their practice swings, Goza is getting a sign he is ready to go, and sometimes getting the El Dorado Broncos in the middle of their practice swing.
2-2 pitch. Over to Koyman at second. He tosses it over to Ollinger to retire Cuddy. But that'll send Muka to third base and Jonathan Schmitz.
McCoyman made that look so easy there, Avery. That was not an easy play, but he fielded it and threw it quickly and really made what could be a dramatic play pretty routine.
Yeah, good job ranging over to his right, and no drama on the throw. 2 outs. Schmitz watches strike one go past him. Dylan Muka on first after a base hit earlier in the inning. Schmitz walked in the second inning as he watches strike 2. So Goza gets right ahead here at 0-2, 2 outs.
2 straight curveballs there, Avery, and you wonder if now he might be set up for a fastball maybe out of the zone, but probably something sped up here.
0-2 pitch, fouled off, out of the stadium. Just keeps the count at 0-2. Max Hogan on deck as Goza a little low on that pitch, 1-2. as you said, Goza ready to go. Jonathan Schmidt steps in the box. His pitch inside and fouled down the third base line.
Coach Gerwick reached out, tried to stop that one. That had a lot of sting on it, and I imagine his right hand might have a little throb to it right now. You can see him with his right hand kind of it doesn't look terribly comfortable right now.
1-2 pitch. Swung on to the shortstop as he'll make the play over to Ollinger. That was Tyler Leffler with the play, and the Broncos leave a man stranded at third here in the bottom of the third. Larks 1, Broncos 1. More baseball for McDonald Stadium coming up. Broncos tied with the Larks here 1-1 in game 1 of this doubleheader. As we head into the top of the fourth, Detmer, Berginski, and Leffler. Detmer had a base hit in the first inning. First pitch from McGowan, who's really cruised this game in there, strike 1. McGowan kind of like Goza, ready to go. Just about as quick as he gets that ball back from the catcher. As he delivers ball 1. He brings up the count 1-1. Next pitch from Jeremy. A little low in the turf. Schmitz exchanged different baseball with the umpire. Gives it over to Jeremy McGowan. He steps on the rubber. 2-1 to Ty Detmer. Swung on in the hole between second and third. And that is a base hit for Ty Detmer. His second of the game. As he's 2 for 2, and that'll bring up Derek Berginski, who struck out back in the first inning. The righty-on-righty matchup between McGowan and Berginski. Berginski already showing bunt, gets it down, and it'll roll foul. So Berginski showing the bunt early in the at-bat already. Put it down right as McGowan was about to deliver that ball.
Not often, Avery, do you see the number 4 hitter, which is usually your big guy, and we saw Berginski go deep here Friday night. And here he is trying to sacrifice again. And you just get the feeling McGowan and Goza are kind of in control right now, so both managers want to get runners in scoring position and go from there, and even if it means having your number 4 hitter bunt.
I think this is the third or fourth consecutive inning we've seen both teams try to sacrifice a runner over from whether it be first or second, second to third. As Berginski swung on at it looked like probably a ball upstairs. 0-2 as McGowan checks the runner over at first, but Detmer gets back. We'll see what McGowan throws here up in the count 0-2. Throw one back over to Cuddy at first. A little high as Brandon almost lost that ball in the sun. 0-2 count. Pitch from McGowan. Swung on and missed. A big strikeout from Jeremy. And 1 out here in the top of the 4th, and that'll bring up Tyler Leffler, the shortstop.
Avery, that was interesting because Jonathan Schmitz behind the plate on that 0-2 pitch as McGowan was ready to deliver. He kind of popped up behind the left-handed batter's box as if they were going to waste one outside, but McGowan came up and in. Schmitz got back, and Berginski waved at it.
First pitch from McGowan, ball 1, and Berginski swung at 2 high balls there, and McGowan, I think sometimes that's what happens when you get a pitcher that, throws as fast as Jeremy does. The hitters just start guessing, and as the ball's chopped to Levi Parker. Over to Oliver. His throw to first is in time, and a double play from the Broncos to get him out of the top of the 4th. Broncos 1, Larks 1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. More Broncos baseball coming up here on YouTube. Nick Goza heads back out for the Hayes Larks for another inning on the mound. In the bottom of the 4th, up for the Broncos, Max Hogan, Clayton Dalrymple, Trevor Rizal, 5-6-7 hole. Hogan had a 1 pitch at bat for a single back in the 2nd inning. First pitch from Goza is high, ball 1. Next pitch, a little low. And Hogan ahead right away, 2-0. Next pitch, swung on to Koyman at second. Makes a good throw over to Ollinger at first, and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Clayton Dalrymple from Kansas State. On Friday night, we had Dalrymple, and then who was from K-State, and then the catcher and pitcher, I don't recall exactly who they were. They both were from K-State, so it was a K-State reunion for those couple at-bats.
Jacob Spring actually is out there, Avery, not Dalrymple, so I wonder if Dalrymple is still hurting from getting a hit on the hand when he squared to bunt a moment ago, and Spring hits one up the middle.
And a play by the shortstop to get... That was Tyler Leffler. Made a great diving play behind second. Good throw over to Ollinger at first to retire Jacob Spring. As Trevor Rizal will take his turn.
Well, Clayton's all right, but obviously still stinging from when he squared to bunt and got the ball right off his hand.
Yeah. As Rizal pops one up to center field. And a quick, very quick bottom of the 4th inning from the Broncos. Good pitching from Nick Goza, and that'll get the Broncos 1-2-3. Larks 1, Broncos 1. We head into the top of the 5th for more Broncos baseball here from McDonald Stadium. Tie game here at McDonald Stadium, 1-1 in this abbreviated 7-inning game, as Broncos and Larks will square up for 2 games here tonight. Jeremy McGowan back on the hill as Matt Luty steps into the box. Jeremy McGowan pitches a strike, and he is ahead 0-1. Next pitch, a little outside. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Maybe our first taste of league play Wednesday, a 22-8 win here for El Dorado. I was kind of thinking maybe a lot of these Jayhawk games are going to be like this, but an 8-2 game here on Friday night, which was really well pitched, even though the Broncos did give up 8 runs. There was more clutch hitting from Hayes at opportune times, and here today, a 1-1 game into the 5th with just 2 hits for the Larks and 4 for El Dorado.
1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled down the left field line. That'll get out of play. Makes the count 2-2, excuse me.
I would imagine this would be more the norm than the 22-8 games, which seems to be the case.
Yeah. 2-2 pitch. Swung on up the middle. A good play from Parker. His throw at first is just... It actually got to Cuddy at first, but Cuddy fell off the base. I don't know if he would have got him anyways if Cuddy would have stayed on the base. Nevertheless, Luty will be standing on first base. No outs here in the top of the 5th for the Larks.
Off of Luty's bat, Avery, I didn't think Parker had any chance. I figured that was going into the outfield. What a great attempt there by Parker, but a base hit for Luty nonetheless.
Yeah, I thought that was going into center field for sure. Cooper Langley, the designated hitter, struck out in the 2nd inning. He is up to bat.
Badly, I might add, too. He didn't have very good swings in that 2nd inning, and he's already squaring around.
Pitch up high as throw over to first by Schmitz, and Luty back in time. Langley looks like he's going to be trying to get Luty over to second here with this at bat.
Not really disguising it, is he?
That's the thing we've seen so far, as he gets one to the pitcher as McGowan loses it, throws it over to Cuddy at first, and he will reach as Cuddy couldn't get a hold of that ball, and first and second, no out.
That'll be an error on McGowan. It's a sacrifice, and Jeremy looked like he just tried to go a little too fast there, Avery. Sometimes, you want to get greedy. The Larks are giving you an out basically there. You just have to take that and move ahead. McGowan's been so good, but got a little out of sorts there, and now Koyman and Gruner will be coming up, and with runners at first and second and nobody out here for the Larks, as we're in the 5th inning in a 1-1 game.
And Kevin Zarnicki is now running for Cooper Langley. As it is Zaire Koyman who's stepping up to the plate. I believe he had a pretty big at bat back in Friday's game, and he had with a man on first, hit a triple as he squares the bunt. McGowan over to third, a great play now. Ball thrown over to first after the out was recorded by Azell at third. Didn't have enough time to get Koyman, but a heads-up play there from Jeremy McGowan. The bunt pretty much went directly to him. All I had to do was pick up and make the play to third. But how about that? Some confidence from McGowan after making an error to first, but another bunt, and he has the confidence to throw it over to third, and a good play from Azell to try to get Koyman at first. Koyman barely beat that ball out, almost had a double play. One out, first and second for Evan Gruner. Gruner walked in the third inning. One out, 0-1 pitch from McGowan. Fouled. And it hit something over here behind the backstop.
It hit the top of the fence.
Okay, I didn't know if that hit the metal or the speaker. I didn't think to go that far off the speaker, but off the metal, and it ends up going to Trevor Azell at third base, and McGowan up 0-2. Koyman on first, Zarnicki on second, with Evan Gruner, the left-handed batter, in the box.
On Koyman's bunt there, Avery didn't really deaden it, and like you said, it hit it right back to the pitcher pretty hard, and McGowan made a nice play.
Pitch outside, ball one. First and second, one out here in the top of the fifth. 1-2 pitch from McGowan. Swung on a little early there from Gruner. He fouls it down the first base line, and that'll keep the count at 1-2.
It went right through the fence, Avery, into the parking lot. As it rolls around out there into the curb.
One-two from McGowan. Swung on and missed. Big strikeout there from Jeremy McGowan. And there are two outs here in the top of the fifth. But can't ease up as leadoff batter Michael Burns is up after a 5-for-6 night back on Friday night. First and second, two out. Pitch from Jeremy McGowan. Swung on and missed. And 0-1.
A lot of these Larks hitters are behind the fastball from McGowan today.
So the 0-1 pitch from Jeremy. From the belt. In there, strike two, and took a little off on that one and really had Michael Burns confused there as McGowan up 0-2 in this at bat. Nate Ollinger standing on deck with two outs. The pitch from McGowan fouled off the back screen.
Again, Avery, we see Schmitz kind of pop to the outside, but McGowan didn't really go out there. He came up, not in really, just high, but over the plate. And Burns in defense mode. They're able to foul it off.
And what we saw from these Hayes Larks on Friday night, once they got down 0-2, very defensive, very conservative, as Burns watches a ball upstairs, 1-2. Numerous times they were down 0-2 in the count, ended up getting it to 3-2 and even drawing walks off of those 3-2 counts. 1-2 right now, Jeremy McGowan with the pitch, also upstairs. Evens the count at 2-2.
He keeps trying upstairs, and why not? We've seen a few Larks actually fishing for those 2 or 3 times here already on the afternoon.
Guys on first and second, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the fifth. Burns watches another one high and inside. And the count is full, 3-2.
We're not surprised by that. the way these Larks battle at the plate.
Saw it all on Friday night. Very disciplined when it comes to 0-2. As McGowan steps off the rubber and makes sure Zarnecki gets back to second. Doesn't get too big of a lead out there. 3-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch from McGowan. Swung on and missed. He gives a fist bump, and he deserves it getting out of that one. At first and second, 1 out. Neither one of the runners advance. Heading to the bottom of the 5th. Larks 1, Broncos 1. More play-by-play and more Broncos baseball coming up. Broncos come to bat here in the bottom of the 5th, trying to break the 1-1 tie that is right now. And Levi Parker will start that off, the number 8 hitter and second baseman for El Dorado. He struck out back in the 2nd inning. The left-handed batter steps into the box as Nick Goza back out for another inning. His first pitch, it's a good one in there, strike 1. Levi Parker wanted to pull the trigger, but fooled a little bit on that off-speed pitch. 0-1. Next pitch. Low, good scoop there from Ty Detmer, the catcher for the Larks, and 1-1. Next pitch, also downstairs. 2-1. Two-one pitch, swung on and fouled into the seats. As looking around to make sure everybody's okay. Looks like everybody came out of that foul ball unscathed. 2-2 pitch. Fouled down the third base line.
We've seen a lot here this week with Levi Parker. A lot of his balls go to the opposite field. He's usually looking to shoot it down third base into the left field line area.
2-2 pitch. Swung on to left field. Gruner there to make the play. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. And once again, Levi Parker hits one opposite field. A good play there from Gruner to make the easy routine play. And Morgan Oliver. Been commenting a lot about how good Oliver's been in that 9-hole spot, and Chad Gerwick will put him there again for this one. He grounded out to the third baseman in the 2nd inning. First pitch from Goza in there, strike 1.
450 batting average coming into this game. Avery did pop out, so that average dropped a little bit, but a good start here for Morgan.
Next pitch, over to third base. Throw is dropped at first by Ollinger as Matt Ludy appeared to throw a little bit across the body of Ollinger, and good job there from Oliver to run that one out as he took 2 steps off the bag just now. I think he maybe thought that Ollinger caught that ball, and the first base coach said, "Get back here again." He got back to the base before any of the Larks discovered it. And the Broncos are working here in the bottom of the fifth with a man on first and Dylan Muka.
That'll be an error on the third baseman, Ludi.
First pitch from Goza, low, 1-0. Next pitch, 1-0 pitch is fouled out of the stadium. And 1-1.
We're going to give him a hit there, I guess, Avery.
Okay.
Although it was a routine play, but we'll go with the official score here.
Help Morgan's average even more. A bunt. Back to Goza as he makes a strong throw over to Ollinger at first to get Dylan Muka by half a step.
But again, Avery, even with one out, sack for flies, try to get a runner in scoring position, and now, you need a two-out hit. We've seen El Dorado very good here this week on clutch hitting, and Sam Lane is a good one to have up there, and the base hit could give El Dorado the lead here in the bottom of the fifth.
2 outs. Oliver on second. First pitch from Goza. Hits the outside corner. Strike one. Sam Lane missed Friday's game, missed the majority of Wednesday night's game. He's looking to contribute here. Goes his next pitch, low, 1-1. Glad to see Sam Lane back in the lineup, though. As a off-speed pitch from Goza. And he is ahead of Lane at 1-2. Morgan Oliver on second. 2 outs. 1-1 tie. Bottom of the fifth. Pitch from Goza. Little high. And 2-2. 2-2 pitch. In the turf. Stopped by Ty Detmer. Made sure it didn't get back to the screen. And a full count as Detmer's going to make sure Nick Goza and him are on the same page for this full count pitch. We're going to switch back to Morgan Oliver. Officially now it is an error. Next pitch, 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. As Sam Lane swung at a clear ball, and he knows it. And that will keep this game at 1-1. As the Larks get ready to come up in the top of the sixth inning. As the Broncos baseball continues here from McDonald's Stadium. And the Larks stepping up to the plate here in the top of the sixth. And now we'll hand it over to Kirk Caden for the sixth and seventh inning.
Flying along here, Avery. 5 innings in the books, and we've played about an hour and 12 minutes so far. Leading off for Hayes is Nate Ollinger here in the top of the sixth inning. Ollinger with a pair of flyouts to center field, but his second flyout in the third inning was a sacrifice fly and scored Zaire Koyman. Here's a pop out to Trevor Azell at third, and he's able to haul it in. That was hit a mile high by Allinger. But it comes down to rest in Azell's glove and a quick out to start off the top of the sixth inning. El Dorado scored their one run in the second inning. They got their first two runners on, actually had the bases loaded and no outs. The big play of that inning was Max Hogan getting thrown out at home, right behind Jonathan Schmitz. Hayes answered in the third without even a hit. Koyman got on by an error, a walk to Gruner, a sacrifice by Burns, and an Ollinger sacrifice fly. 1-1 our score. And the pitch, just a bit low to Ty Detmer. Detmer's had the best day of any Lark really at the plate. Just 3 hits so far for Hayes, but Detmer has 2 of them. And another pitch, this one's low and in. 2 balls and a strike to Ty Detmer. Right-handed batter is Detmer from the University of Chicago in Illinois. McGowan's pitch is fouled into the parking lot. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Invite you to drop us a comment. If you're watching on YouTube, you can give us a comment right there on the page. We'd love to hear from you, where you're listening from, who you're rooting for on this beautiful Sunday afternoon from El Dorado, Kansas. Final night of a pretty long homestand here for El Dorado. Mentioned earlier, Hayes is about to embark on a week-long homestand starting Tuesday. The 2-2 is high, and now 3-2. 1 away. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Berginski would be next. And the pitch from McGowan fouled away. Both bullpens getting loose, but both starters have been great so far. Nick Goza for Hayes, Jeremy McGowan for El Dorado. 1 run, 3 hits, and 2 errors for the Larks. 1 run, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Broncos. McGowan's pitch fouled straight back, and it comes right back between the legs of Jonathan Schmitz. And maybe some broken hardwood there. No, that's going to... Detmer just wants to get a little better grip on that bat. El Dorado will bring up 3, 4, and 5 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Cuddy, Schmitz, and Hogan. They'd love to get the lead, and I would imagine maybe go to Chase Gulzo to try to close this one out. Again, a doubleheader today, so they're 2 7-inning games. So we are really in the late stages here. Top of the 6th, 1-1 our score. McGowan's pitch, and waved at, strike 3 by Detmer. Too close to take. Detmer really didn't get a good swing at it. And 2 down. Berginski up. He has 2 strikeouts today. Right-handed batter. And the pitch from McGowan. He goes curveball, and it's fouled into the El Dorado dugout. Berginski goes to Arkansas State. He's from Russellville, Arkansas. The 0-1 pitch to Berginski, and again off speed and ticked foul, and 0-2 on Derek Berginski. 8 strikeouts on the day so far for Jeremy McGowan. Here's the 0-2, looking for number 9, and he got it. Blew it right by him. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Berginski with 9 strikeouts on the day. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. El Dorado 1, Hayes 1. More in a moment from McDonald Stadium. And welcome back to El Dorado. Hope you're enjoying our audio and video on YouTube. All the El Dorado home games can be seen right here. Our next broadcast, of course, game 2 of this doubleheader, and then on Wednesday night when the Derby Twins come back to town. 3, 4, and 5 for El Dorado, so it's a key inning for the Broncos, key inning for Nick Goza for the Larks as well. And the first pitch is low to Brandon Cuddy. Cuddy a single back in the first inning, grounded out to second in the third. 1 for 2, and the 1-0 pitch just got under it. He skies one out towards Koyman at second, and now the right fielder comes in and takes control and brings it in. That's Berginski. Cuddy just missed. Just got under that delivery from Goza. Here's Jonathan Schmitz. He has scored the only run for El Dorado today. He walked back in the second and scored on Trevor Ezell's single. Schmitz also grounded out to Leffler at short. Goza's first pitch is in there for a strike. Should say we're scheduled for 7 innings, but the way this one's going, you never know. We may go longer than 7 here in game 1. 1-1 our score. And Schmitz hits one out to center field, and Burns thought about maybe coming in for a diving attempt. And really a good decision there, Avery, because if he dives and doesn't get it, Schmitz probably gets a double. Limit the damage. Your starting pitcher's been doing well. No reason to really gamble at that point, and a routine single for Jonathan Schmitz.
Well, and Schmitz isn't one that's probably going to steal. So if you can just keep him at first, you're going to have another at least 1 or 2 base hits to bring him home.
Max Hogan at the dish, singled in the second inning, grounded out to Koyman in the fourth inning. Schmitz just a 2 or 3 step lead off first. And Hogan takes a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Schmitz, the catcher, does not run that well, so not a surprise here that Hogan not scoring to bunt here. Coach Gerwick would like to see a single, see if he can get Schmitz over to second base. Here's a slow curve that catches the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting designated hitter, Max Hogan. Hogan from McLennan, Texas. Actually from Belton, Texas. 5'11", 190. Bats left, throws right.
Out of all the innings we've seen sacrifice him, I was a little surprised not to see a sacrifice here.
I just think with Schmitz, even at second base, I'm not sure if that's a guarantee run on a base hit. He doesn't run as well as some of the other guys. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Max Hogan. Goza with the pitch, and he's called out. Tough call there against the Broncos, and that'll bring up Jacob Spring. Spring replaced Clayton Dalrymple and grounded out to short in his only at bat here today. Schmitz over at first base, but 2 away now for the Broncos. Trevor Ezell will be next for the Broncos if Spring can keep it alive. And Spring drills one to center field. Burns in his tracks will make the catch. And that is the end of the 6th inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left for El Dorado. We're through 6 innings from McDonald Stadium. El Dorado 1, Hayes 1. Good pitchers battle from the stadium. The 7th inning is coming up next here on YouTube.
$50 contribution given $2 contribution 10 cents. Local Rock 50/50 with your El Dorado Broncos. please, for the Broncos. Now pitching from Human University, number 4, Joe Kennedy.
And welcome back to El Dorado. We're tied up at 1 as we head into the 7th inning of this 7-inning game. And a pitching change for El Dorado. They'll bring in Joe Kennedy. And Kennedy with a 1.59 ERA. He's appeared in every game this week for El Dorado. Tyler Leffler will be the first batter to greet him. Leffler, Ludy, and Zarnicki here in the 7th inning. First pitch is inside. What a day from Jeremy McGowan. 6 innings pitched, gave up just 3 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. 9 strikeouts and just 1 walk. But that walk hurt. It came back after Koyman reached on an error. Gruner was squaring to bunt, and McGowan walked him on 4 straight pitches. Here's a pitch, hit just over the leaping Levi Parker, and a base hit for Tyler Leffler. Great pitching is commented to us by, who is that, Avery?
Looks like Jeannie Daniel.
Jeannie?
Jeannie.
I think it's Jeannie Daniel.
Jeannie Daniel.
Yeah, can't agree with you more there. Been an excellent pitching day for both teams. Kennedy serves up a single, though, to Leffler. And now Matt Ludy up. Ludy, 1 for 2. You would expect a bunt here, and Ludy squares around that ball outside. Schmitz wanting to throw down to first, but a left-handed batter up there makes it tough on Schmitz to try to whistle one down to Cuddy at first base. And that sun's getting to an area, too, where it might be difficult for Cuddy looking in to see a ball coming from Schmitz. Here is the pitch, and again high. Schmitz will throw one down, but really couldn't get much on that. Again, the batter's in his way, but legally in his way. 2 balls and no strikes to Ludy, who has squared around twice, but looked at 2 balls. Joe Kennedy from Newman University. Here's the pitch, and it's popped straight up and will land right here in the crowd. Just got over the netting and almost caught a unsuspecting fan there by surprise.
Looked like he was looking down at his El Dorado Broncos roster and looks up to a foul ball, right beside him. If he would have scooted over any to his left, that ball probably would have got him.
2 balls and a strike. Ludy squares around, puts the bunt down nicely to the right side. Kennedy will scoop it over to Cuddy and get the out. An excellent sacrifice by Matt Ludy, though.
And there, like you said, Matt Ludy does his job, and now it's going to come up to Kevin Zarnicki and Zaire Koyman to try to bring him around here in the top of the 7th. As if you're just tuning in late, only a 7-inning game, so this is the last inning before we would go into extra innings.
Looks like, let's see. Yeah, you're right. Kevin Zarnicki at the plate. He came in and pinch ran for Langley when Langley got on base when he sacrificed and reached by an error. So the first at bat for Zarnicki here tonight, and he looks at ball 1. Zarnicki was 0 for 4 here on Friday night. Left-handed batter, and the pitch from Kennedy is outside, ball 2. Zaire Koyman on deck for Hayes. 1-1, top of the 7th. Joe Kennedy. Sidewinder, right-handed pitcher, brings it home and tried to get outside. That's been called a strike several times today, not here. And it's ball 3. A walk isn't the worst thing here, Avery. With first base open, 1 away, it would open up the possibility for a double play maybe. And the 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Not that El Dorado's trying to walk Zarnicki, but it's just one of those where I don't think Kennedy has to give in here. Koyman is a right-handed batter. He'd have right on right as well. Zarnicki ahead, 3 balls and a strike. Kennedy's pitch waved at, strike 2. Of course, if Joe can come back and get a strikeout, that would be very beneficial for the Broncos. El Dorado suffered their first loss of the season here Friday night to the hands of these Hayes Larks, 8-2. Kennedy, 3-2 pitch, and just outside. So again, not giving in so much there, Avery. I guess Zarnicki had one good swing there at the 3-1, but not much to swing at there for Kevin. And now Kennedy's got to go to work, see if he can induce a ground ball from Zaire Koyman.
Yeah, that puts force out at every base except for home, obviously with guys on first and second here. So really opens up your options as Zaire Koyman steps into the box.
And this Bronco team's been so good at turning double plays. Of course, I think the turf infield helps. The ball gets on you a little quicker, get truer bounces. Koyman swings and misses right at the first pitch. Big props to Doug Bell and everyone who got this field ready to go. A lot of rain here Friday night and Saturday morning. Left center field looks a little worse for the wear, but all in all, a nice job by Doug Bell and the city of El Dorado to get the field playable for today. No balls and a strike to Koyman. Lines one, foul past third base. Looking out in left field, boy, Dylan Muka. We talked about Burns for Hayes, how shallow he plays. Well, Muka is way out there in left field. He's kind of behind. Of course, there's kind of a trouble area there. You don't really want to stand where the sand is there trying to replace that grass. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it sails outside. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 away. Leffler down at second base. Zarnicki over at first base for the Larks. Zaire Koyman looks at ball 2. Well, that was a good pitch there from Kennedy. If Koyman does swing at that, he's probably going to bury it right into the ground. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kennedy's pitch is flied out to left field. Pretty well hit. Muka goes back, and that is gone. Zaire Koyman with a 3-run home run. Oh, boy, what a dagger that is. And the first real damage we've seen against Joe Kennedy this week.
And once again, a 3-run home run hurts the Broncos on Friday night. Berginski had a 3-run home run, which really got the offense started there back in Friday night's game. As I said, he had a 3-run home run, and then tonight, Koyman, 3-run home run, which looks like could be the difference in this one.
4-1 Hayes in the top of the 7th. Well, Dylan knew what he was doing out there and left. He gave Muka a lot of respect, but he had no chance. That one sailed well over the wall. Probably about a 345-yard shot, or a foot shot, I should say. Here's a ball hit right up the middle. Morgan Oliver ranges, could not come up with it. Probably going to be a base hit for Evan Gruner. Kennedy with that sidewinding motion, Avery takes him off the mound, and that one went skipping right over the mound. Oliver ranged over. Would have been tough to throw out Gruner anyway, so a base hit for Evan. And Hayes will look to add on here as they have just 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Gruner running, and it's hit out to Muka in left field. He goes back near the track, fields it, and will fire it back in as the runner, Gruner, returns. So Burns flies out to deep left. And Nate Ollinger comes up. Not sure how long it'll be in between games. We're just going to keep this link. We're not going to make a new link. So on the archive, it'll be 2 games for the free price of 1.
Hopefully that'll make it easier for everyone. You won't have to switch links or anything. Just keep it on here. We will turn off our mics, and then close to first pitch, we will come back on for the call.
And there's a good move over. He got Gruner picked off. Cuddy runs him down, and Oliver will tag him out. So a pickoff of Gruner, but the damage certainly done here in the 7th inning. Zaire Koyman with a 3-run home run. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Broncos need runs. They trail 4-1 as you watch and listen to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. And welcome back here to El Dorado. Broncos trail 4-1 as we head into the final half, the bottom of the 7th inning. Broncos need 3 to keep this going, 4 to win it. Goza goes 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk. An excellent day by Nick Goza, and he's in line to get the win here. As Tyler Kapp from the New Jersey Institute of Technology comes into the game, junior from Toms River, New Jersey. Long, lanky left-hander. His first pitch to Azell is fouled off. Azell, Parker, and Oliver for the Broncos here in the bottom half of the 7th inning.
Well, I was sitting here, Kurt. I was looking up past standings from the Jayhawk League.
The 0-1, waved at and missed, 0-2.
And the Hayes Larks have not finished worse than 3rd. There's 6 teams in this league. They have not finished worse than 3rd since 2000. 14 years they have finished better than 3rd, and in all of those years they've had a winning record.
We could tell Friday, well-coached team, quality squad, and we've certainly seen that more here today. The 1-2 pitch, and off speed, fooled Azell, and a strikeout.
You know, this isn't a 4-year program. This is a team that brings in new players every year, so you got to definitely give props. Obviously, they've had good players come through their system, but the coaching has to be great if they have a track record like that.
And it starts with starting pitching, and Fromson here on Friday night gave up just a couple of runs, and Goza just giving up 1 here in this first game of the doubleheader. Here's a hit by Parker up the middle. Leffler fields it, fires over to first, and there's 2 away. That'll bring up Morgan Oliver. Morgan 0 for 2. He popped out to 3rd, and then he reached on a throwing error from the 3rd baseman. At that time was Ludi. Zarnicki now has moved over to 3rd base for the Larks. And again, Avery's and I first doubleheader, so we're not sure how long in between games we'll have.
My guess would game would probably start pretty close to 7 if this game ends promptly.
which it looks like it's going to with an 2 outs here in the 7th inning, and Morgan Oliver taps one foul. No balls and 2 strikes. This Tyler Kapp looks like a good closer. Throws strikes and throws hard, and he has some good off speed as well. El Dorado missed a big opportunity with the bases loaded, nobody out in the 2nd inning. They only scored 1. As the 0-2 is high. I thought that was a key part of this game.
Yeah, it was. And a little confusion it came down to on the base path, or on the base paths, which ended up really hurting the Broncos.
1-2 pitch to Oliver, fouled straight back, and Detmer tries to make a running catch. He fields it on 1 hop. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Morgan Oliver. 4-1 Hayes as El Dorado took a 1-0 lead after 2. It was tied 1-1 after 3, and then Zaire Koyman hit a 3-run home run in the top half of this 7th inning. Here's the pitch to Oliver, swing and a miss, gets away from Detmer. Oliver running down to first. Detmer bounces one. Nice pick by Ollinger. And that is the end of the game. And the Hayes Larks have taken the first 2 of this 3-game series. The final score here in Game 1 of the doubleheader, Hayes 4 and El Dorado 1. See how long they say. So yeah, as you kind of assumed, Dave, about 7 o'clock for the 2nd game, and for the Broncos, just need to figure out this Hayes pitching staff. They've been very good in the first 2 games of this series,
and for them. Hayes coming in, probably looking at the line score of the Broncos last game, which would have been Wednesday, scoring 22 runs, and then for them to come in and give up 2 runs in 9 innings and then 1 run in 7 innings, quite impressive.
Well, the key inning, Avery, that 7th inning off of Joe Kennedy after Hayes managed just 1 run on 3 hits through the first 6 innings. They scored 3 runs on 3 hits in the 7th. So 4 runs on 6 hits, a couple of errors for Hayes, 1 run, and 5 hits for the Broncos. The winning pitcher is Nick Goza. Losing pitcher, Joe Kennedy. And the save goes to Tyler Kapp. Time of the first game, 1 hour and 42 minutes. And the Hayes Larks win 4-1. So if you're watching where you're watching at home, we're just going to keep the video going. We're going to turn down our mics, and Avery and I will return in about 15 minutes. We'll have the Game 2 lineups for you, and we'll get ready for the 2nd game of this doubleheader from El Dorado. So stay tuned. You're listening and watching to El Dorado Bronco Baseball. Well, welcome back here. Kurt Caton and Avery Osen with the call for Game 2 of the doubleheader. First one goes to Hayes, 4-1. Let's give you the lineup first. I'll start off with the Hayes batting lineup here. And for this second game, Michael Burns will lead off, play center field. Nate Ollinger bats second at first base. Ty Detmer bats third. He will play left field. He was the catcher last game. Derek Berginski, the right fielder, bats fourth. Tyler Leffler bats fifth at shortstop. Batting sixth, the catcher, Tanner Deviney. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Cooper Langley. Batting eighth is Zaire Koyman, the second baseman. And batting ninth, the third baseman, Kevin Zarnicki. And on the hill for Game 2 for Hayes, Alex Danielle.
For the El Dorado Broncos, we will start in the outfield. In left field, Dylan Muka. Center field, Sam Lane. Right field is Jacob Spring. On the diamond, in the short corner at third base, Trevor Rizal. Shortstop is Morgan Oliver. Second base is Max Hogan. And at first base is Brandon Cuddy. The catcher for tonight's game is Cameron Knight. He will be catching the ball from starting pitcher Landon Bush.
And Landon Bush, 3 innings pitched so far this year. He's got an ERA of 6.0. He's given up 1 hit, 2 runs, both of them earned, a couple of walks, 3 strikeouts, and he did get the win here in that 22-8 game Wednesday night against Derby. Landon, a left-handed pitcher from Kansas State University. We had fun talking with him here on Friday night. So the Broncos will see if they can salvage at least 1 game out of this 3-game series with Hayes, an 8-2 loser Friday night. Last night's game was postponed, so a doubleheader here tonight, and Game 1 went to Hayes by a score of 4-1, and Game 2 about ready to start here. And first pitch time is 7:09, and the first pitch temperature still 77 degrees, same as it was when we started Game 1. And the first pitch is a strike to Michael Burns. Burns, a center fielder from Littleton, Colorado, plays his ball just down the road at Wichita State University. He looks at ball 1. Home plate now covered in shadows, as we'll see the shadows start to make their way, and it makes the video, I know as you're watching, a little bit darker. And it's hard to see what's going on at home plate with the shadow there. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the center fielder, Burns, right-handed batter. And the pitch from Bush, curveball, is chopped out to shortstop. Oliver has to make a quick throw, and Burns beat it out. Slow bouncing ball out to shortstop, and an infield single for Michael Burns. Oliver did about all he could do. Really, the only chance there was if Izell could get over there. Now Burns takes second base. No, he didn't. He's going to be thrown out. So Burns gets a little greedy. Thought the Broncos went to sleep, and they did for a moment, but eventually Bush threw it down to second, and Hogan tagged out Burns. So how about that to start out this game, Avery? You don't see that very often.
I actually looked down and I heard your voice get excited there, and I was like, what's going on? We're between pitches.
So a single and then a putout, and Nate Ollinger bats with nobody on, 1 out, and lefty on lefty, and he is late on the swing as it bounced foul over towards third base. Nate Ollinger batted in the number 2 spot in the first game. He was 0 for 3, had an RBI. Bush's pitch, curveball in there for a strike.
Now, if you're a coach there, do you applaud the hustle, or do you say, let's be smart here with nobody down, stay on first?
Ollinger waves and misses, and it's strike 3. Well, it's one of those plays, Avery, that if you make it down there, it's just a tremendous play, and if you get out, it doesn't look so tremendous. So it's a high risk, high reward kind of play.
Just for me, Cuddy threw the ball back to Bush, right? And then he went.
And then he went because no one was really on second base. Guys had put their head down and returned the play, but time hadn't been called. So Burns was certainly well within his right to try to take it. But, yeah, high risk, high reward there, and no reward for Burns. 2 away, top of the first inning, and the batter is Ty Detmer. Detmer homered here Friday night. And the pitch from Bush, just inside, ball 2. And then after homering in the 9th inning on Friday night, he started off with 2 straight singles today before striking out in the 6th. He was 2 for 3 in the first game. He looks at ball 3. So we'd seen Bush twice out of the bullpen. He'll get the start here for the Broncos in this second game of the doubleheader. And the 3-0 is right on in there, taking all the way was Detmer. Bush from Brookings, South Dakota. He's a junior. 3 balls and a strike, and the pitch looked good, and it is 3 balls and 2 strikes, so Bush works it back full. 2 away, top of the first, no score. The Hayes Larks at the plate. Waiting on deck is right fielder Derek Berginski. The 3-2 from Landon Bush is ripped out to left field. Muka will play it on 2 hops, and it skips past him. And Detmer will get a single, and then an error on the left fielder, and an extra base for Detmer.
I was wondering when the grass out there, you probably can't see it on your screen, but it's very worn down from this rain that has happened the last couple days, and I think that time it took a bad bounce on one of those off the grass and went right past him.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Muka. You get so many true hops here on the infield, but certainly out in left field, that is the danger area for balls that are bouncing on the ground. So Berginski a chance to give his squad an early lead as Detmer's down at second base, and the first pitch strike, and Cameron Knight will come out and make sure he and Landon Bush are on the same page. For the Broncos, Avery, certainly not a bad start from Matt Slaughter here Friday night, but he got the loss, and then a very good start by McGowan. He gets no decision in the second game, but the starting pitch from Hayes has just been a little bit better than the starting pitching of the Broncos.
Yeah, it's not because of the Broncos starting pitching. It's more of what the Hayes starting pitching has done to the Broncos batting here in the last 2 games.
Bush delivers outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Feel free to drop us an email. Our email address, cadenbroadcasting@gmail.com, or you can comment right there on your YouTube screen that you're watching. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away here in the first inning. Detmer down at second base. Bush with a look at second. Now the delivery, and this one slider is outside, and ball 2, and Cameron Knight back to visit with Landon Bush. Jonathan Schmitz was the catcher for the first game. Cameron Knight catching here in the second game. And the same kind of deal for Hayes. Detmer was the catcher for the first game, and now Tanner Deviney will catch the second game. Tough to ask a catcher, even though, I mean, it's not brutally hot, 77 degrees, but 7 innings for those catchers down there in that stance is a lot to ask for them to do in a doubleheader with only a 20-minute break in between. 2 balls and a strike to Berginski. Right-hand batter, left-hand pitcher is Bush. Here's the pitch, and outside again. 3 balls and a strike. Leffler would be next for the Larks. Off day tomorrow for El Dorado and a trip to Newton, Kansas on Tuesday. Derby's back here Wednesday night. We'll have that game for you here on YouTube. And then we don't do a game for 8 days. Avery Knight just broadcasting the home games this year for El Dorado. Swing and a miss on the 3-1. Berginski had a good hack at it. Now the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ball comes in from, of course, Avery and I have commented this week about the fun to see the youth playing games over behind the right field fence. Looks like today's a practice day. We see some teams out there practicing, and a ball got loose and came onto the field here at McDonald Stadium. So a 3-2 pitch here to Berginski. Landon Bush sets and deals, and just outside. By the time it got to Knight's glove, it probably was a strike, but it worked its way around the plate. So that'll bring up Tyler Leffler from Bradley University by way of Benton, Illinois. Tanner DeVinny would be next. 2 outs here in the top half of the first inning. No score, but the Larks have something going here. Detmer, a single, advanced to second on an error out in left field. Burns led off the game with a single, but then tried to get frisky and was thrown out at second base as he thought the Broncos were sleeping. So 2 hits in the inning plus a walk, but 2 down and 2 on for the Larks. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Bush's pitch, and inside, ball 2.
What you don't want to do to a team, Hayes, that's won 2 straight here in El Dorado, has some confidence, is give them extra base runners or extra bases. On that error, that set Detmer, who is now standing on second. You got to have Bush focus here and make sure he gets this batter to make sure that doesn't come back and hurt the Broncos.
Leffler waits for the 2-0 pitch from Bush. Here it comes. That looked good, and it is. 2 balls and a strike. Tanner DeVinny, the catcher, has got his knee guards on as he waits in the on-deck circle. 2 balls and a strike for Leffler. And the pitch from Bush bounces in. Knight makes a nice stop, and it's 3 balls and a strike. So a little different than what we saw from McGowan as he mowed through the Larks in the first inning with 2 strikeouts and a flyout. 2 singles and a walk, a strikeout and a putout. We've got 2 away in the top of the first. 3 balls and a strike to Tyler Leffler. Leffler looks at strike 2. Boy, that 3-1 pitch, I thought he'd be really looking dead red. Looked like a fastball in there from Bush, but unable to pull the trigger was Leffler. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners will be on the move. Anything in the gap could score 2 here for Hayes. Bush sets and deals the 3-2. Hit out to right field. Spring taking a few steps in and makes a nice shoe top catch out in right field. Tough to read. He's looking into the sun. That was a sinking line drive off the bat of Leffler, but hauled in by Jacob Spring. So no runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. After a half inning, Hayes 0 and El Dorado coming to bat. And welcome back. We're heading into the bottom of the first inning. I'll give you the lineup. Avery will tell you where everyone is in the field. Batting for Dylan, they will lead off with batting for El Dorado. They'll lead off with Dylan Muka, the left fielder. Sam Lane bats second. Brandon Cuddy, the first baseman, will bat third. Jonathan Schmitz, designated hitter, will hit fourth. Max Hogan is at second base, batting fifth. Jacob Spring, the right fielder, bats sixth. Trevor Ezell at third base, batting seventh. Cameron Knight's the catcher. He will bat eighth. Morgan Oliver, the shortstop, will bat ninth. And Landon Bush is the pitcher for El Dorado.
The lineup for, who's in the field for Hayes tonight: in left field, Ty Detmer; center field, Michael Burns; and right field, Derek Berginski. At third base is Kevin Zarnicki. At second base is Zaire Koyman. At shortstop is Tyler Leffler. Sorry, I did that out of order a little bit. First base is Nate Ollinger as Danielle throws a strike. Catching the ball is Tanner Deviney and Alex Danielle, starting pitcher tonight for the Larks.
And Dylan Muka grounds one to Koyman, who makes the play 4-3 for the first out of the bottom of the first inning. We heard from Jeannie Danielle. She emailed us during the first game, and, well, you know, she's the mother of a starting pitcher, so she could appreciate that good pitching battle we had in the first game.
We think mother could be sister.
Well, we think
and,
mother.
But, yeah, thank you for contacting us, and Alex is on the mound as we speak.
From Scotch Plains, New Jersey, he goes to the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Whenever I see people that go to the Institute of Technology, I think they must be really smart. I'm sure Alex is, as he's got a 1-ball, 1-strike count to center fielder Sam Lane. Lane from the University of Texas at Tyler. 6 foot, 170-pound outfielder. 2 balls and a strike to Lane. Danielle with the pitch and a swing and a miss by Lane. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alex looks like he's got good size from here. There's the pitch, and Lane fouls it off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brandon Cuddy, the first baseman, is waiting on deck. Here's Danielle with the wind and the pitch, and he goes off speed, and it's a little bit high. Ball 3. So a full count here to Sam Lane. Sam had a quiet first game, as many of the Bronco hitters did, 0 for 2 with a sacrifice, and the 3-2 is fouled off. That's 3 foul balls from Lane that have gone about the same direction each time. Right-handed batter, Sam Lane. And Danielle brings it home, and he'll strike out Lane for the second out of the inning. There comes Brandon Cuddy. Brandon Cuddy from Tulsa goes to school at Seminole State, 6'1", 215-pounder. Bats left and throws left. 2 away here in the bottom of the first inning. Danielle with the pitch, and it's high, although Cuddy nearly offered at it. 1 ball and no strikes.
And I believe Seminole State, I don't think they're NCAA Division I, but Brandon Cuddy so far looks like Division I talent.
He's been really good since making his debut here Wednesday night. He's ahead of Danielle, 2 balls and no strikes. And the 2-0 from Danielle, that one is high. So, will we see the green light here for Brandon Cuddy? 3 balls, no strikes. Bronco offense has been laboring a bit, and he's taking all the way, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Three and 1 to Cuddy. The pitch is outside, and ball 4. So that'll bring up Jonathan Schmitz. Schmitz goes to Tarleton University, majoring in kinesiology. Graduated from high school in 2011 from A&M Consolidated High School in College Station, Texas. Three-year letter winner in baseball in his high school days. Helped lead his team to the regional quarterfinals in 09, 10, and 11. There's the pitch, and Schmitz bounces one over to Koyman. He'll wait for it and throw out Schmitz to end the first inning. No runs and no hits, no errors, 1 left for the Broncos after 1 inning. El Dorado 0, Hayes 0. More play-by-play in a moment as you watch and listen to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. So the Larks come to bat here in the top half of the second inning. Tanner DeVinny from Lucas, Texas, a K-Stater, will lead it off here for the Larks. No score. Landon Bush will pitch to DeVinny, and Bush, also a K-Stater. And the first delivery, and DeVinny fouls it off. A lot of foul balls going in the same direction, just behind us to our right. Make sure we don't park in that area for sure. No balls and a strike. Landon Bush will bring it in, and DeVinny pops one out towards second base. That's over Hogan and in front of Lane for a single for DeVinny. And hit that in no man's land as Hogan was ranging back and Lane was coming forward, but no chance for either Bronco. So DeVinny on first, and that'll bring up designated hitter Cooper Langley.
Just DeVinny there just stuck his bat out and poked it over Hogan for a good place base hit.
DeVinny, the catcher, takes a couple steps lead off of first base. Landon Bush will come home, and the first pitch is a ball to Langley. Langley in the first game struck out, then sacrificed and reached on an error, and then Kevin Zarnicki came in and ran for him. So 0 for 1 for Langley in the first game, and he looks at ball 2. Azell, Oliver, Hogan, and Cuddy, the infield here for the Broncos. Bush sets, and the pitch 2-0 inside, nearly hit Langley, and now it's 3-0. The 50-50 drawing they do here at McDonald Stadium, they collected some money during the first game, and now some players are going to take another run through, so the pot tonight could be one of the bigger ones we've seen. 3 balls and no strikes, and Bush delivers a strike, as taking all the way there was Langley. Zaire Koyman, the hero of Game 1, waits on deck. Not even a lead, really, for DeVinny. Here's the 3-1, and it's in the turf, and a ball. So something brewing here for the Larks. A single and a walk, and Koyman comes up, and it was a similar situation in the 7th inning of Game 1, Avery. Koyman came up with 2 on and popped one out to deep left field for a 3-run homer.
For the Broncos' sake, hopefully we don't see a repeat performance there, or right here from Zaire. And like you said, first and second, nobody out, and the Larks have something going here.
Bush deals, and Koyman hits one down the line. Fair ball. That will score DeVinny. Racing over to third base is Langley. He'll make it, and Koyman has a stand-up double for Hayes.
in all 3 of the games in this series. Koyman has came up with big hits. On Friday night, he had a RBI triple, which really broke open some scoring. They ended up, the Larks ended up getting 3 runs after that. And then last game, he had that big 3-run home run in the top of the 7th, and now an RBI double to start off the game in the top of the 2nd. And Zaire Koyman really showing that he has a bat.
And Coach Gunnelson coming out to visit with Landon Bush. There is some activity down in the El Dorado bullpen. Yeah, Koyman, Avery, bats 8, and again, we're quickly learning it really doesn't matter if you're the 1, the 4, the 7, the 9 hitter. All these guys can swing the bat pretty good, and Koyman is excellent evidence of that fact. Kevin Zarnicki now coming up, third baseman. He's the number 9 hitter for the Larks. Both bullpens should be rather fresh. Both McGowan and Goza gave their teams 6 strong innings in the first game here tonight. Kennedy got roughed up for El Dorado. And Tyler Kapp finished off the inning for the Larks. First pitch is a ball, and Bush has been getting behind a lot of hitters here, putting the Larks in the driver's seat. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 Hayes. They've already racked 4 hits out on Bush. Here's the 1-0 on the corner for a strike. And I think if you're El Dorado here with the infield playing back, they want to get in out. They'll give up a run to get in out and try to prevent a huge inning here from the Larks. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kevin Zarnicki. Bush's pitch, and again he tries the outside, and again he hits it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bush was really good here Wednesday night. 2 strong innings in relief of the starter on Wednesday night, and kind of calmed the storm. And a swing for strike 3. Nice off speed. Looked like a curveball there from Bush. So much needed out for the Broncos. That'll turn the order over to the number 1 man, number 1, Michael Burns. Burns got us going on an awkward start as he singled to lead off this game and then tried to take second when he thought the Broncos were sleeping. And he was thrown out at second. He swings and misses at the first delivery from Bush. No balls and a strike. We're in the top half of the 2nd inning of this 2nd game, 7-inning game scheduled. 1-0 Hayes. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, and Bush's 0-1 is bounced. Knight couldn't block it, and that will score Cooper Langley, and Koyman will advance over to 3rd. Wild pitch on Bush.
There's some bad luck there for the Broncos, as Bush's pitch was a little low. And Knight tried his best to keep it in front of him, but once it got past him, he couldn't find it. And so Bush went sprinting over. He found it immediately, but not in time to get Langley.
2-0 Hayes. And the pitch, and Burns fights it off into right field for an RBI single. Spring fields it and gets it in quickly, and Koyman scores. And it's a 3-0 Hayes lead. So it looks as if Burns is back at it after a 5 for 6, or a 4 for 5 night on Friday. And the first game today was 0 for 3 with a sacrifice, but he's already 2 for 2 with an RBI over at first base, and a 3-0 Larks lead. Nate Ollinger, the first baseman, at the dish. Bush delivers, and that's a little bit low, ball 1. Ty Detmer waits on deck for the Larks. And Jake Beam is warming up down in the bullpen for El Dorado. Ollinger taps one lightly towards Hogan at second base. Hogan will scoop it with his glove and record the out at first base. Burns advances to second, and we nearly had a big collision between Ollinger and Hogan. Luckily, both guys were able to avoid each other down the first base line.
Yeah, that could have been pretty bad there. Max Hogan luckily kind of slid preventatively to get out of the way of Nate Ollinger. Everybody comes up okay.
So 2 down, and Ty Detmer comes up. He's singled, advanced to second on the air on Mook out in left field. 3-0 Hayes, already 3 runs on 5 hits for the Larks here. We're in the top of the second. Way off of the base is Burns, and Bush hesitated and steps off and forces Burns back. Bush with the look back at second. And back to second base is Burns as Landon stepped off again. Ty Detmer at the plate. And here's the pitch, and it's outside. And right now Burns kind of bothering Bush out there. And Detmer's a guy you got to have a lot of concentration on here. Good hitter. Hogan, Spring, and Azell will be up for the Broncos in the bottom half of the second inning. 1-0 pitch coming to Ty Detmer, and it's fouled off. Derek Berginski waits on deck here for the Larks. Nice crowd has certainly filed in here for this doubleheader. Beautiful night for baseball. Upper 70s, breeze coming in. Certainly not windy. Very comfortable evening to be watching El Dorado Bronco baseball. And the 1-1 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Get the feeling Bush may be running out of hitters, though, here as Beam is really warming up in earnest down in the El Dorado bullpen. Here's the 1-2 from Bush, and just inside, ball 2. Nice stop there by Cameron Knight.
Right now, Landon Bush just has to limit the damage and try to go into the dugout and have this Bronco offense pick him up.
Alex Danielle has been given a 3-run lead here as he mowed through the Broncos in the first inning. Bush, 2 balls and 2 strikes, the pitch, and a swinging strikeout for the 3rd out of the inning. But damage done, 3 runs across on 3 hits. No errors, 1 man left on base through 1.5. Hayes 3, El Dorado 0.
We will draw for winner sometime during tonight's second game.
So we enter the bottom of the second inning, and the Larks lead 3-0. Max Hogan will lead it off from Belton, Texas. Max playing second base here in the second game. He was the designated hitter in the first game. Alex Danielle will wind and deal a strike. Strike 1 to Max Hogan. Hogan, Spring, and Azell, and if anyone reaches, Cameron Knight. Danielle quickly in, and a ground ball out to Leffler at short. Leffler fields and throws off balance, a strike for the first out. And Avery early on here, Danielle's induced 3 pretty harmless ground balls and a strikeout. He's been on his game through the first 5 hitters for the Broncos.
Well, did you expect anything less from these starting pitchers of the Hayes Larks? They're pretty dominant from what we've seen.
Jacob Spring pops one in foul territory. That's going to get out of play. Yeah, no reason to think this Hayes team isn't going to be very good all year long, because we know El Dorado's a good offensive team, and but as we've said, good starting pitching can really limit any good offense. And of course, some injuries have hurt. Sam Lane didn't play Friday night. Dalrymple got hurt early in game 1, but still certainly capable guys for this Bronco offense, and they've been limited by the starting pitching from Hayes. Jacob Spring has got a 1-1 count. Alex Danielle will wind and deal, and a ground ball out to Leffler, about 5 hops. Leffler fields, fires, and throws out Jacob Spring. That'll bring out Trevor Ezell. And where Landon Bush has really had to work through the first 2 innings. Remember, El Dorado had 2, or Hayes had 2 on with 2 out in the first inning, could not score. They scored 3 runs on 3 hits in the second inning. Danielle, on the other hand, just is mulling through the lineup here through the first inning and 2/3. Trevor Ezell, the third baseman. 1 for 3 in game 1. 1 ball and a strike. Wind blowing in slightly across from right to center field. High and a little inside there. It's ball 2. Two balls and a strike. Left-handed batting Trevor Ezell. Danielle will wind and deal. Ezell fouls one off into the crowd. You know, we hadn't seen one of those all week long, but we've seen 2 right above the El Dorado dugout, a little closer to us and landing in the stands, but very aware fans here at El Dorado, ready to field that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Danielle's pitch is called for strike 3. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Nobody left. 2 innings in the books. Hayes 3, El Dorado 0. You're watching and listening to El Dorado Bronco Baseball. And welcome back to El Dorado. The Larks lead this one 3-0 on a Chamber of Commerce night here in El Dorado. It is just beautiful. Berginski, Leffler, and Deviney are due up, and here's Avery Osen.
Yeah, the 4, 5, 6 holes for the Larks. Berginski, particularly, walked back in the first inning. First pitch from Landon Bush, low for ball 1. One-0 count. Broken bat. Cuddy has it in between first and second, and he can't get a grip of it. And a base hit, we'll see, we'll get the official scoring, and it'll be an error, actually, on Cuddy. Berginski will be at first, as that was a broken bat. The bat shattered into about 3 or 4 pieces. The bat died a hero, though, as Berginski is at first, and Tyler Leffler takes his turn. He's in the right-handed batter's box, and he'll step in for left-handed pitcher Landon Bush. First pitch from Landon is a little low, ball 1. Leffler 1 for 3, grounded into a double play in the last game earlier today. Next pitch fouled outside of the stadium, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. As Kurt said, you know, the Broncos starting pitching particularly hasn't been bad. It's just, you know, the Larks have one-upped them, giving up 3 runs here through, what would that be, 18 innings. 1-1 pitch from Bush, and he'll check the runner back to first. Berginski gets back. No play. And Leffler steps back into the box. 1-1 pitch from Landon Bush. Outside, 2-1. Pretty good crowd here showing up. Probably say 150, maybe. Here at McDonald's Stadium, as Kurt said, beautiful night here in El Dorado. 2-1 pitch in there, strike 2, evens up the count. Tyler Leffler, the shortstop, been very busy already today. Recorded 2 of the 6 outs on defense. 2-2 pitch. Back to Bush, over to Oliver. His play back to first, and he got him. 1-6-3 double play, and that is the second double play that Leffler has grounded into tonight. The last one coming in the last game. And Tanner DeVinny steps up with 2 outs. And a base hit last inning. A single which started everything off, which ended up leading into 3 runs for the Larks. He is a right-handed batter. Here in the top of the third, 2 outs. 3-0 Larks. Looking for the sweep as DeVinny fooled on the first pitch. Strike 1. Jake Beam still warming up in the pen. Next pitch from Bush. Outside. Evens up the count at 1-1. DeVinny back into the box. 1-1 pitch from Landon Bush. Hit out to center field and Sam Lane. He's under it, makes the play, and retires the side. After 2.5 here from McDonald's Stadium, Larks 3, Broncos 0. More El Dorado Broncos baseball coming up here from McDonald's Stadium.
$50-50 with your El Dorado Broncos.
Alex Danielle takes his final warm-up pitch before the bottom of the third inning as his team leads 3-0, and coming up for the Broncos, 8-9 hole, Knight, Oliver, and Muka. It'll be Cameron Knight and Morgan Oliver's first at bat of this game here in the bottom of the third. First pitch, tapped back to Danielle. He'll underhand it over to Ollinger at first, and one down here in the bottom of the third. Morgan Oliver, the shortstop, makes his way into the right-handed batter's box, and Alex Danielle, a fast worker. From what we've seen, most of the Hayes Lark pitchers are. First pitch to Oliver in the strike zone, strikes one with one out. Next pitch from Danielle, a little outside, evens up the count at 1-1. Last game, Morgan Oliver 0 for 2. As he hits a ball a mile high to left field. Detmer there, and he'll make the play, and out number 2. So Danielle really cruising, retiring the last 7. Excuse me, check that, last 6 with Dylan Muka, the leadoff batter for the Broncos, up at the plate. Danielle delivers ball 1. 3-0 Hayes, bottom of the third inning. Next pitch from Danielle is fouled off the left side behind the Broncos dugout. 1-1. Muka grounded out to second base back in the first inning. 1-1 pitch in there. Good pitch from Danielle, and he is ahead of Muka, 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Just off the plate. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Danielle, 2-2 pitch. Hit right back to him off his glove. Leffler has to try to make a tough play. He doesn't, excuse me. Yeah, that's Leffler who trying to one-hand it off balance, but Muka is on safely. And that'll be the first hit for the Broncos in this game. And that'll bring up center fielder Sam Lane, struck out in the first inning. Good lead from Muka at first as Lane hits one on the ground to third base. And the throw goes past the first baseman on advance. Here comes around the plate is Muka, and he makes his way all the way from first base. Probably lost it in the screen there, but the ball went all the way back to the fence, which here at McDonald Stadium is pretty far. So Sam Lane, a single and an error. All right, we're going to go with a hit and an error as Muka comes around to score. And the Broncos are on the board here in game number 2. First pitch from Danielle's low, ball 1. So the error is going to, or actually the base hit, that was Zarnecki at third base. Over through Ollinger as a foul ball from Brandon Cuddy, who's up to bat. He walked in the first inning. Sam Lane on second base. Good hustle from him. He really forced the pressure on Zarnecki as he looked up and Lane was about 3 steps from first base. He had to really fire that throw. 1-1 pitch. Hit down the left field line, and it is fair ball. And they're going to actually call it foul. The umpire at home plate, usually you see him really put his hands up and yell foul, make sure everybody knows, but kind of looked like he just kind of stood there and had his hands up. Well, he had his hands up the whole time. Obviously he knew his foul, but he didn't give too good of an indication as Sam Lane was racing around third. So just a long strike. Could have been very dangerous there, as that probably would have been a stand-up double at least for Brandon Cuddy, and Sam Lane would have for sure scored. Instead, 1-2, 2 outs. Cuddy calls time. So, a true game of inches, and it showed there. 1-2 pitch. Tap to first base. Cuddy sprints down the line, and it's going to be in time, an error on the pitcher, Danielle, who looked like he had it in his glove, and he took his eyes off of it. Good hustle there from Brandon Cuddy. And here comes Frank Leo, head coach for the Larks, and he's going to try to settle down his pitcher, as a couple errors has really given the Broncos life here in the bottom of the third. So that's going to be an error against Danielle, and Sam Lane advances to third. That'll bring up Jonathan Schmitz. The Larks break their huddle at the pitcher's mound. So Danielle was really cruising. Had got the last 6 batters out. And then a base hit from Muka, an error. And then Brandon Cuddy also getting on base via an error on Danielle. And first and third, 2 outs. Jonathan Schmitz. First pitch in there, strike 1, gets the inside corner. And 0-1. Runners on first and third. Right-handed batting Jonathan Schmitz. Fouls one off, and man, Jonathan has a good swing. Kind of hold your breath every time you swing. Every time he swings, if you're the opposing team, he's got home run potential with that bat. So 0-2. Runners on first and third. 2 outs. Bottom third. As a ball is thrown off the plate. Ball 1. 1-2 to Schmitz. Schmitz can get on Max Hogan. Will get his turn at bat. 1-2 pitch. In the turf. A good stop from Deviney, making sure Sam Lane couldn't advance, or even Brandon Cuddy at first. And I'll keep him at first and third. Evens up the count, though, at 2-2. 2 outs. 2-2 pitch from Danielle. Upstairs. Full count. So the runners will probably be going here 3-2. Danielle gets the sign from Deviney. His pitch. Oh, and he's going to be called out. Hit the lower corner. Schmitz thought it was a ball, and the umpire rings him up. Strike 3. And inning over in the bottom of the third. The Broncos do get a run, though, as they trail 3-1. More Broncos baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium. You're watching El Dorado Broncos baseball on YouTube. Back here for McDonald Stadium, the Larks leading the Broncos 3-1. Landon Bush back out for the top of the fourth. Had a rocky first and second, went 1-2-3 in the third. We'll look to repeat that success here in the top of the fourth. First pitch to Cooper Langley is low, ball one. Left-handed throwing Landon Bush against right-handed batting Cooper Langley. Next pitch hits the outside corner, strike one. George Hogan says howdy from Belton, Texas tonight. As Bush throws a ball inside, so George, thank you for listening tonight. I'm sure some relation to Max Hogan.
Absolutely. And we say howdy back to you in Texas, and thanks for watching, and we'll have all the home games here on YouTube. Always have links on the Facebook page for El Dorado and Twitter. We send the links there, and or if you just know there's going to be a game, you can just go to the channel here and watch.
As Langley calls for time on this 2-2 pitch. Anybody else, if you'd like to comment, tell us where you're listening from. If you have any relations to the Broncos, we'd love to hear them, or even the Larks, either team.
And I know we've heard from several Larks fans, and of course they don't have anyone broadcasting here, nor will we when El Dorado heads out there, so we're glad to provide that for them.
Full count. Pitch just a little low, and I think the Broncos fans really wanted that. I think they wanted that call more because Jonathan Schmitz was just called out looking on a very similar place on the strike zone. So the Larks start off with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up Zaire Koyman, the very dangerous Zaire Koyman, I should say.
He's been clutch, that's for sure. A big RBI double 2 innings ago.
Pitch from Bush, swung on, strike one. Koyman asking the umpire whether that was a strike or not, I'm sure. The umpire nods his head in agreement and says, yes, it was Zaire. Langley on first.
Thought it was important there, Avery, for the Broncos to kind of make Alex Danielle sweat a little bit. Alex just was cruising through the first, through the second, and into the third there with 2 outs in the third inning, a single, and then a single, and then a throwing error, and a dropped ball, and the Broncos got to run, give the El Dorado squad side a little momentum. They haven't had any momentum really this whole series.
0-1 pitch from Bush. Low, 1-1. And if nothing else, for this particular game, gets Danielle's pitch count up a little bit more and some more stressful pitches. As you said, he was really cruising, hadn't had any troubles with the Broncos lineup until that 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. 1-1 pitch from Landon Bush. Hit to Parker. He'll toss it over to Oliver at second, and a good throw to Cuddy. And just like the Broncos do, and what they've done all season, another double play, and I believe that is 9. 9 double plays in what has it been 6 games here for the Broncos. Really using 1 pitch, 2 outs to their favor.
Yeah, the 7th game, I guess, here. So, but the double play has certainly benefited this Broncos squad, as it does any team when you can get those. And that was tailor-made 4-6-3 for El Dorado. And to get a very dangerous hitter, so Zaire Koyman not only out, but responsible for 2 outs. That hasn't happened much.
Kevin Zarnicki, the third baseman, steps into the plate, and the left-handed batter watches a strike and evens up the count at 1-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Larks lead by 2. Next pitch from Bush, a little low, 2-1. The lefty-on-lefty matchup. 2-1 pitch. Swung on to Zell at third. He knocks it down. Throws it over to Cuddy. Plenty of time. And gets the side. So, at the end of the top of the 4th, going into the bottom of the 4th, the Hayes Larks 3. The El Dorado Broncos 1. More Broncos baseball here from McDonald Stadium coming up here on YouTube. (3-1) Hayes here, heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. Broncos have 1 run on 2 hits, as the Larks 3 runs on 5 hits. Both teams 2 errors here through 3.5. Alex Danielle back out as Max Hogan, high fly ball to left field, and a routine catch from Ty Detmer. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th, excuse me. And that'll bring up Jacob Spring, who is, I think, started in all but 1 game for the Broncos in his right field position. First pitch from Danielle gets past to Vinny, the catcher, and ball 1. 1-0 pitch, low, and Spring jumps ahead 2-0.
Every 6 of the next 7 games for the Broncos will be away from McDonald Stadium starting Tuesday at Newton.
2-0 pitch, low, 3-0. The Broncos have been scheduled to have, 2 road games so far this season. Have not played either of them due to rain and an umpire issue, scheduling issue, I should say, is they were
it was at Hayesville last Tuesday.
Okay.
On Tuesday they were supposed to play, but there was no umpires.
3-1 pitch, fouled back by Jacob Spring. So between those 2,
Thursday at Wellington was rained out. So their first road game will be Tuesday at Newton.
And they've had, let's see, we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 home games before their first road game, as Jacob Spring walks. And that'll bring up Trevor Azell.
The next weekend series here will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, June 20th, 21st, and 22nd, when the Dodge City A's are here.
So Trevor Zell steps up to the plate. Oh, and almost a pickoff as Danielle tried to catch Spring sleeping on first base. Not in time, though. Trevor Zell, who's batting, struck out looking back in the second inning as he watches a strike go by. 0-1.
Azell, good to see he's all right at the end of that fourth inning, Avery. He fielded that ground ball sharply hit. He got his body in front of it, ricocheted off his thigh, and he kind of limped his way to the dugout, but he seems to be okay now.
Another throw over to Ollinger at first. Spring back again. One down here in the bottom of the fourth. 0-1 pitch here to Trevor Azell. Low. Evens up the count at 1-1. We're talking about in the latter parts of last game how the success that this Hayes Larks team has had throughout the years in the Jayhawk League. As Trevor Azell calls time. Since 2000, every single year they have finished in the top 3 of the Jayhawk Conference, or Jayhawk League, which, as Danielle throws one off the plate, ball 2. And as many good teams that have come through this league and good players, that's a pretty amazing feat. Spring gets back to first, and it's getting closer and closer over there. Ollinger thought he had him that time, showed the umpire the ball, but the umpire says he got back. 2-1 pitch. Swung on, deep center field, but it'll be brought down by Burns. And 2 down.
It has been hard all weekend to try to get one to land in front or over the head of Michael Burns out in center field. He covers ground really well, and again, just seems to get a good read off the bat and makes every play look pretty routine. That was pretty well struck by SL.
Yeah, that was to the almost the farthest part of the ballpark at 375, and Burns got over there, and he didn't just get over there. He was under that pop fly. He wasn't a running catch. So that'll bring up Cameron Knight, the catcher, as he watches strike 1. 2 outs. Jacob Spring on first. Next pitch. A little high. Ball 1. As you did not know, this game abbreviated 7-inning game due to the doubleheader because of rain postponing last night's game to today. We had a doubleheader 5 and 7, or the start times. So a 7-inning game, and we're in the bottom of the fourth. As Cameron Knight's fooled, as Jacob Spring was off the bag a little too far, it looked like. And Deviney threw one down to Ollinger, but not a great throw. Didn't have time to get Spring. Really causing some troubles for these infielders. Has pitch inside, 2-2. I think if you're a base runner and you're really causing some mind games for the pitcher, catcher, first baseman, I think you're doing your job. Trying to distract the pitcher so we can maybe give an easier pitch to the batter, as Cameron Knight will strike out and strike out this fourth inning as the Broncos still trail by 2 as we head to the top of the 5th. Broncos 1, Larks 3. As the Broncos baseball continues here on YouTube. Hayes leads El Dorado 3-1 here as we head into the top of the fifth. And new pitcher Jake Beam. And for the El Dorado Broncos, he's from the University of Texas, Tyler. Kurt, do we have some past game notes on Jake Beam that you'd like to give us?
Let you get that first pitch in here.
As a ball lifted sky high to Morgan Oliver at shortstop. Man, he will make the play. That was Nate Ollinger who was up for the Larks.
That was Burns. I'm sorry. Zarnicki made the last out of the fourth inning.
So. That's right. I went one too many on my scorebook.
Jake Beam coming into this game has a 5.40 ERA, 5 innings pitched. He's given up 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, a couple of strikeouts, and gave up 1 home run ball. And Jake has had some early struggles, but the last time we saw him, he seemed to be getting better, working through those, and he gets the first guy out here tonight.
On one pitch, he did that as he evens up the count 1-1 with Nate Ollinger now. Beam. All right, pitches one to Ollinger. He has a good hit in between first and second, and he delivers with a base hit here in the top of the fifth with 1 out. And Ty Detmer steps into the box.
Avery Landon Bush goes 4 innings for the Broncos tonight, gives up 3 runs, all earned, 5 hits given up by Bush. He had 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 1 wild pitch, which scored a run as well. So the first 2 innings were a struggle for Bush, but double plays in the third and fourth really helped him cruise through those 2 innings.
Beam delivers strike 1. Double play has been a big friend of this Broncos team this whole season so far. It's a friend that they'd really like to keep throughout the rest of the season. 0-1 pitch here to Ty Detmer. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout back in the second inning. Burns steals second, and there's not even a chance for a throw from Cameron Knight. How about, let me take that back. Nate Ollinger with the stolen base. Once I get one thing messed up on my scorebook, it's like there's no chance. So Nate Ollinger with the stolen base. And a 1-1 pitch as Cameron Knight will head on out to the pitcher's mound and tell pitcher Jake Beam something.
Good win for the Kansas City Royals today, Avery, over the New York Yankees. They've taken 2 out of 3, and they'll finish off that 4-game series tomorrow night in Kansas City in the final game for Derek Jeter at Kauffman Stadium.
A couple people that went up there just to be able to say they saw his last game at the K. It'll conclude tomorrow night. Do you like the farewell tour? As Burns over to Oliver at shortstop. He makes a good throw over to Cuddy. And there's 2 out with Ollinger at third.
I guess I'm kind of, it's a nice gesture, and Jeter's certainly one of the greats, and he's been with the same team all these years, so I get, it's fine. It's kind of neat seeing what all the teams have to give. They have unique gifts.
Yeah, Beam delivers strike 1. They were trying to, the broadcasters for the Royals were trying to decide what the Royals were going to get. I know they said he got like a surfboard in San Diego. They kind of go with the city theme. They try to get him something. So I think Rex Hudler said a slab of barbecue.
I was going to say getting him. Maybe some Billy Butler sauce.
Well, the Yankees sure needed this year. I think Billy Butler needs some more of his sauce this year too. As Jake Beam delivers ball 1, 1-1. Next pitch from Jake Beam. Low, but Derek Berginski couldn't hold up his swing, and Beam gets ahead at 1-2. So Jake Beam gets ready for this 1-2 pitch. 2 outs, top 5. Next pitch, outside. That'll even up the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch. In there, a good fastball from Jake Beam. And that will retire the top of the 5th as the Broncos trail 3-1 here at McDonald Stadium in El Dorado. More play-by-play coming up. You're watching and listening to El Dorado Broncos baseball on YouTube. And Morgan Oliver will step up to the plate for the Broncos as they trail 3-1.
Looks like we need to send a shout out to Alex Danielle's grandparents, Graham and Gramps. They're watching tonight as well. Jeannie, thanks for the messages. We appreciate those. And say hello to Alex's grandparents who are watching and listening tonight. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you might be.
Alex delivers strike one. 0-1 to the 9-hole batter, Morgan Oliver, for the Broncos. And hey, Alex gets Oliver off speed, and he jumps ahead of Morgan 0-2. In the bottom of the 5th. Next pitch from Danielle. Yeah, gets Oliver, it looked like on a slider, Kurt, and a pretty good pitch from Alex Danielle, and that'll bring the Broncos top of the lineup back up in Dylan Muka.
Danielle's had a strikeout in each of the 5 innings that he has pitched in this inning or this game, and now it's had a little bit of a rough spot there in the 3rd. He's been very, very good, much like the other Hayes starters. I mean, I don't know if you could rank them because they're all been pretty darn good.
Danielle delivers strike one. The 0-1 pitch. A little low. Ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. To Dylan Muka, who is 1 for 2 tonight. And he'll foul 1. And make the count 1-2. He grounded out to second base back in the 1st inning, and he had a single in the 3rd, ended up scoring the lone run for the Broncos in the game. 1-2 pitch. Right off the plate. Pretty close to take with 2 strikes. But that'll even the count at 2-2. As Danielle wastes a pitch, and 3-2.
The catcher, Deviney, was asking the umpire, I think, there, where was that 1-2 pitch? Because it looked pretty good. The 2-2 pitch was well high and outside.
Full count as the pitch bounces off of the plate. And a 1-out walk. And if you can remember back to the 3rd inning, Danielle had gotten the last 6 batters out, and then Dylan Muka came up and had a single, which started a couple errors and really got the Broncos offense going at its best so far tonight.
You know, it's only a 3-1 game. It feels like Hayes has really dominated this one, Avery, and it's a lot because of Danielle's pitching. But
Lane hits a fly ball out to Burns, and 2 outs.
But a lot of credit to Danielle because he's made it look like just a complete domination here from Hayes. But it is just a 3-1 game, and There you go. Anytime the El Dorado gets a guy on, they're sending the tying run to the plate, and Cuddy certainly has shown us the ability to go deep. Although in this series, we haven't seen that power from El Dorado.
Yeah, they've really held Brandon Cuddy down here through a little more than 2.5 games. As the left-handed batter Brandon Cuddy steps into the box. Dylan Muka on first, 2 outs. Pitch gets past Davini, and that'll put Muka in scoring position with 2 outs on that pass ball. Cuddy has reached both of his at-bats via the walk and an error. 1-0 pitch, 2 outs. A little outside, 1-1. Or excuse me, 2-0.
Cuddy, you might remember, got to first base because Danielle, as he received a ball from the first baseman, he was covering first, dropped it.
2-0 pitch, right in between first and second. That'll get to the outfield. Around comes Muka. And the play at the plate, and he's safe. And Kurt, like you said, it was only a 3-1 game. Now it's a 3-2 game, and although it feels like the Larks have really just controlled this game, which they kind of have, the Broncos are only 1 run behind. Good base hit there. Right past the outreached glove of Nate Ollinger. And 3-2.
You just can't beat 2-out RBI singles like that to score runs. Just a tremendous job there by Cuddy, and that may end the night for Alex Danielle, who's been very good. That's only the 3rd hit for El Dorado.
And you know that obviously wouldn't have scored Muka from first, but that pass ball really came back and hurt Danielle there, which put Muka in scoring position.
This looks more like a meeting, actually, not a pitching change coming up here for Hayes.
I was going to say, it looked like maybe Ethan Landon from Kansas State. We've seen plenty of Wildcats here at McDonald Stadium the last couple of games. He appears to be warming up in the pen for the Larks. And up to the plate, Jonathan Schmitz, who had a career night, I believe, last Friday night.
Was it last Sunday? Against Denver?
Okay, so a week ago tonight, he looks to he had 3 home runs in that game. I think all he'd take is 1 here if he could get it. As he fouls 1 down the right field line, it'll exit the stadium. And 0-1.
Hey, we'll have to keep an eye on Dylan Muka. He just slid in and scored that run for El Dorado. Well, during that pitching meeting, he was over at the third base coach's box visiting with a couple of coaches and kind of showing his hand and his wrist area. So I'm not sure if he got hurt on the slide or not.
Have to keep a look out for him, Dylan Muka, who's playing left field. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled. 0-2.
Schmitz, again, as we've said several times, does not get cheated. That was a mighty rip again. He's had 2 good swings here against Danielle, but Alex is ahead, 0-2.
Brandon Cuddy on first. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. 0-2 pitch from Danielle. High and past Davini, the catcher, and Brandon Cuddy now into scoring position. So we'll see if Jonathan Schmitz can take advantage of that, and a single really should score Brandon Cuddy. It looks like he has pretty good speed on him.
Well, and with 2 outs, I mean, anything hit, he should be going. So unless it's something hit maybe short on 1 hop out to Burns in center field, that would be the only case I could see where Cuddy might not try to score it because, again, Burns plays so shallow out in center field.
So the count is 1-2 to Jonathan Schmitz, who is 0 for 2. Struck out looking back in the 3rd and grounded out to second base in the 1st. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and it is, he just got under that. As 3 Larks were running down the left field line, you probably lost it in your camera view.
Ended up in the Bronco bullpen.
On your screen, and as Kurt said, it just outside the short fence of McDonald Stadium. But Jonathan Schmitz, I thought he had that one. He is just a little early and didn't get it as well as I thought he did. So 1-2. 2 outs. Cuddy on second. A 1-2 pitch. Low. 2-2.
Remember, it was Schmitz up there, Avery, back in the third inning on a full count, and he got rung up as he thought maybe it was ball 4, and he ended up getting the strikeout to end the third inning.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Smith watches the ball go past Deviney. And Cuddy is now 90 feet away from tying this game.
Now, yes, he should score on any hit from Schmitz, Avery.
So full count, 2 outs. Cuddy on third. Larks lead 3-2, bottom 5th.
Down in the bullpen, they're not really, either the pitcher is ready to go or they're just not working too hard. They're watching the game right now, so maybe that indicates that they're ready if Coach Leo wants to go to them.
Danielle from the belt. Low, and a good scoop there from Tanner Deviney as Schmitz will get on with the walk. And they're going to go to the pin. But Kurt, if that even hits the chest protector and goes off somewhere, Cuddy was about halfway down the line. But a walk from Jonathan Schmitz allowed first and third here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs. And Max Hogan coming up, and we'll have that for you here from McDonald Stadium. 3-2 Larks. But the Broncos could have something coming here in the bottom of the 5th. You're watching and listening to El Dorado Broncos baseball. And so a pitching change for the Larks here with the Broncos threatening here in the bottom of the 5th. Ethan Landon from Kansas State University. He's a freshman from Sioux Falls, Idaho. And Max Hogan stepping up to the plate. 2 outs. First throw is in there, strike 1 from Landon.
5 strikeouts for Danielle, but 4 walks, a couple of pass balls, and a wild pitch have gotten him into a little trouble. He only gave up 3 hits. The runners on base are his responsibility. He's given up 2 runs so far.
As Landon throws one low, evens up the count at 1-1. 1-1 pitch outside, and Hogan gets ahead at 2-1. On deck is Jacob Spring. Landon back on the rubber. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and miss by Hogan. And 2-2 with 2 outs. Runners on first and third. Schmitz on first, Cuddy on third. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul, right over the Hayes dugout. That'll keep the count at 2-2.
Been a steady diet of fastballs here from Landon. First 4 pitches or 5 pitches to Hogan.
2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. So Ethan Landon comes on and does his job, strikes out Max Hogan, and the Broncos leave runners on first and third. As we head to the top of the 6th, Hayes 3, Broncos 2. You're watching El Dorado Broncos baseball on YouTube from McDonald Stadium.
Car in the parking lot, meaning you get the car wash service. Courtesy of Larks Construction Car Washer, 2200 West Central, 622 North Pine, or 1315 North Main. Again, the Ford Edge, trying to play 144. You are the dirtiest car in the parking lot. Come see me in the middle window of the press box. I have your car wash coverage. That takes some doing because I got completely tagged by a bird this afternoon. I was hoping I'd get my tractor.
Jake Beam back out for the Broncos to pitch this top of the 6th inning. And for us, here is Kurt Caden to bring you the 6th and the 7th in this tight game.
Yeah, 3-2 Hayes. They've only trailed for a half inning in this 3-game series. The Broncos took a 1-0 lead in game 1 in the 2nd inning tonight in the first game. But then Hayes tied it in the top of the 3rd. So that was the only time Hayes has trailed here in the 3 games. And they have led throughout this 2nd game of the doubleheader. They lead at 3-2, though, as El Dorado has come back to score single runs in the 3rd and the 5th. But Leffler delivers a home run out to left field. Well struck ball and a home run for Tyler Leffler. Tell you what, Avery, the sound, when it hits that bat, I mean, you don't even have to be watching. You can just tell it probably is going to go a long way, and that one did for Leffler. A line drive over Mooka out in left field.
We've seen some pretty good shots here at McDonald Stadium this past week of shots to the left field line. Those balls are clearing that 325 fence usually by about 10 or 20 feet.
Beam's first pitch to Vinny is low for a ball. So you get this Hayes team who really has tremendous starting pitching, and they've shown some power as well. Detmer is homered, Berginski is homered, Leffler is homered. We've seen Koyman with a triple and a double. They've got all the pieces to be a real quality team, and they're leading this one 4-2 now. Deviney, 1 for 2, a single in the 2nd inning. He came around and scored on Koyman's double. And he flew out to center field in the 3rd. And here's a ground ball to Hogan, 2 hops. Max fields it and fires over to Cuddy for the out. That'll bring up Cooper Langley. Langley owns a pair of walks, so he's 0 for 0. He's scored a run. He scored on a wild pitch, actually. And didn't advance past first base in the 4th inning. He got walked and then immediately was retired when Zaire Koyman hit into a double play. So 1 away in the top of the 6th inning, 4-2 Hayes. Beam's pitch in there for a swinging strike. 4-7-2 for Hayes, 2-3-2 for El Dorado. Beam with a long look in. And now he's got his sign. The 0-1 pitch is in there, not in there for a strike. It's in there for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Appreciate all of you listening and watching tonight and commenting. Love to see all those comments.
Keep them coming. We love seeing where people are hearing where people are listening from and what relations you have to either ball club.
And this is, right now, we've got the most viewers that we've had in a single game, so that is nice. Plus, don't forget, I know we get a lot of Hayes fans watching tonight. This game, not only are you watching it live, but when we're done, it will be archived, so you can go back and watch it as many times as you like. Of course, both games of this doubleheader will be on the same archive. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and a swinging strikeout for Beam as he retires Cooper Langley. And here comes Zaire Koyman. Koyman, RBI double back in the second, and he grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in the fourth. He also hit the big 3-run home run in the 7th inning of Game 1. In a game which was tied at 1-1 before he delivered the 3-run homer and provided the winning margin for the Larks in the first contest, 4-1 Hayes. They lead it 4-2 here in the second. They won 8-2 here Friday night. Doing a lot of damage on the road, and they're going home for 6 straight home games. Dodge City for one, Liberal for a couple, Wellington over the weekend. Koyman is behind 0-2 as he laces one, I should say, down into the El Dorado bullpen. Jake Beam from the University of Texas, Tyler. Here's the 0-2 to Koyman, and he fouls it straight back. Beam 6'5", 240. I would think he played some basketball with that kind of size in high school. Had to have played some. I know many coaches who would just let a 6'5", 240 kid and not try to convince him to be on the basketball court. He's an intimidating figure out on the mound, and he throws a off-speed pitch past Koyman, and after the home run from Leffler, 3 straight outs. But the Larks had increased their lead. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Hayes 4, El Dorado 2. We're back in a moment as you watch and listen to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. Welcome back here to the bottom of the 6th inning. Beautiful McDonald's Stadium in El Dorado, Kansas. The Broncos trailing by 2. They'll bring Spring as Alan Knight to the plate here in the 6th inning against Ethan Landon. Landon, big strikeout of Max Hogan to end the 5th inning rally from the Broncos. And Landon deals. Here's a bouncer up the middle. Leffler fields on the run, fires over to first base, and retires Jacob Spring.
Leffler makes some of those plays look. I had one-handed throw over right on point to Hollinger over there at first. So Leffler, a very sound shortstop.
Well, we were mentioning Morgan Oliver for the Broncos. He makes a lot of all the routine plays, and Leffler, you could say the same thing. He is very fluent out there. A lot of his throws are off the wrong foot even as he's a little off balance, but he gets plenty on his throws over to first base. He's a good-looking shortstop, Tyler Leffler, who homered last in the top half of this inning. Here's Zell, got under it, popped it into foul territory, and just in front of the El Dorado bullpen, it's fielded and caught by Kevin Zarnicki. That'll bring up catcher Cameron Knight. Broncos looking for a little two-out magic here. They've only got 4 outs to go. We're playing just 7 innings here. Second game of a doubleheader. 4-2, Hayes. And Landon brings it in for a strike. Cameron has grounded out to the pitcher and struck out. Right-handed pitcher Ethan Landon, freshman at Kansas State University. And he brings in another fastball strike. Cameron Knight from Oklahoma City. He plays his college ball right here at Butler County Community College. No balls and 2 strikes here to Cameron Knight. And Landon's pitch. Knight just kind of an emergency swing, pops it out in foul territory, caught over there by Ollinger. So a very quiet bottom of the 6th inning for the Broncos. No runs, no hits, no errors. No one left. We head to the 7th inning. Hayes 4, El Dorado 2. We're back with more after a moment of silence here as you watch and listen to the broadcast on YouTube. And welcome back to El Dorado. We head to the top of the 7th inning. 4-2 in favor of Hayes. And now pitching for the Broncos is Greg Hauser. Hauser, a 6'6", 225-pound kid out of Omaha. And the wheel-in left-hander fires in a strike. It's fouled off. It's Zarnicki, Burns, and Ollinger here in the 7th inning for the Larks. The 0-1 pitch, off speed and out of the zone. 1 ball and a strike. Hauser plays his college ball right here in El Dorado at Butler County Community College. 1 ball and a strike to Kevin Zarnicki, and the pitch waved at and missed, strike 2. Oliver, Muka, and Lane will be up for the Broncos in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Currently trailing 4-2. Hauser trying to keep the Larks right there. Line drive back through the middle, and it is in for a base hit. Hauser got a little off balance, missed the stab at it. Oliver tried to field it, but could not either. So a clean base hit for Kevin Zarnicki. And a good start to the inning for the Larks.
Last year, Zaire Koyman had, for Hayes, an established player in this league, was second team, second base. So this is a player, I know he's made an impact in all 3 games this year. He has definitely made his mark here in the Jayhawk League with second team Zaire Koyman, second team honors just a year ago in this league.
So no wonder he's so good.
We should have expected it.
Michael Burns was looking to sacrifice. He fouled off the first pitch. No balls and a strike. Again, we appreciate, our highest viewing night here for this live game as the ball gets away from Knight, and it'll be a pass ball. And again, as we mentioned, you can go back and watch over and over again on the archive broadcast. They will be archived shortly after this game is concluded, and this one, on this night, we'll have 2 games for you on the archive, so may have to search through that and find that. But, boy, I'll tell you what, over 100, 150 views, 200 views actually, almost on some of them. So a lot of folks watching and listening to Bronco baseball, and we do appreciate that. Michael Burns now will be asked to sacrifice the runner over to third. Already in scoring position, Greg Hauser on the hill. 1 ball and 1 strike to Michael Burns. Hauser with a look back at second, and the pitch, and again inside, and Burns is ahead, 2 balls and a strike. Broncos off day tomorrow, travel to Newton Tuesday. Next broadcast will be Wednesday night here as they're hosting the Derby Twins. It'll be the second of 3 straight Wednesday games with Derby as Burns fouls one off, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Kurt, the Hayes will, as you said, they have about 7 home games after this. They will play on Tuesday as they host Dodge City.
The Dodge City A's going to Hayes, and Burns lifts one to center field. That'll land in front of Sam Lane, a base hit, but he's almost to the infield. Burns is going to go to second. This time it's a great move because nobody was there. Hogan went over to first, which I'm not sure why he was covering over there, as Cuddy came to be the cutoff man. And Oliver, I guess, was left standing there. We'll leave that up to Coach Gerwick to figure out who was in the wrong. And you point your finger almost anywhere, but so Burns gets a single and advances on to second base.
And the Broncos now have their infield in as they can't really afford to let in any runs here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, already down 2, Avery, no outs. So really looking for Ollinger hopefully to roll one over to an infielder and try to keep Zarnicki over at third base. Hayes already on the rail here by a score of 4-2. Hauser's pitch is lifted out to the outfield, and Muka will make the catch. Should be deep enough to score Zarnicki, and it is. And it's 5-2. Sacrifice fly, Nate Ollinger. But, it's hard on that where Burns gets to second. I mean, you could look at Hogan. Why is he over at first? Well, he's there just in case there's a chance to get him at first base. I guess maybe the shortstop, but he's maybe a first cutoff guy on a throw, on a short throw to take. So, it's one of those things. I mean, there's so many situations in baseball that you could try to prep for, but you just can't cover them all, and that was just one of those plays. And Burns, we've noticed, he's aggressive. He will try to take the extra base, and this time it was a great idea.
Well, I don't even think he hesitated. Once he saw there was no one on second, he used that speed of his, and he didn't even look up again. He looked down at the ground, and he was on second with, I don't know if that'd be a double.
I think it's a single, but I don't know how you what you credit him on advancing. Here's a hard hit ball over to Azell, and Burns is going to maybe run into an out, flip back over to second base. Hogan tags out Burns, and that'll be the second out. And a mental error there from Burns. Ground ball to third with just 1 out. No reason for Burns to be running towards third, and a good job by Azell to run him back towards second. That kept Ty Detmer from advancing. And now you got 2 outs and a runner at first base instead of 2 outs and a runner at second base.
Yeah, it's a lot better here for the Broncos. 4 outs at first and second base with 2 outs. Hopefully they can get out of this and only let 1 run in.
So, I mean, you got to love the aggressiveness of Michael Burns. I love how he plays the game. I mean, he is. But that was just a mental error there, I think.
Sometimes that can get you in trouble, though.
It can.
We've seen it actually twice tonight.
Yeah, Burns has run into 2 outs tonight, hasn't he? But the Larks still lead this one 5-2, and at the plate is Derek Berginski. Berginski is 1 for 2. Check that, 0 for 2. reached on an air, he struck out and he walked. And Hauser's pitch, inside corner for a strike. And actually, it's not Berginski at the plate. That is Evan Gruner batting here. Evan Gruner batting for the Larks, and he's down 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch, Hauser, a slow curveball, tried to catch that outside corner, just missed. We're in the top of the 7th inning, and the Larks have added another run. They scored 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. They lead 5-2. Hauser with the pitch, and that one looked good, and it is. And Gruner again doesn't like it, but he's called out. So we head to the bottom of the 7th. Second straight game, we head to the bottom of the 7th, and the Broncos need 3 runs again. 5-2 our score. We'll have the bottom of the 7th for you in just a moment here on YouTube. Well, last game, Avery, was 4-1 Hayes heading into the bottom of the 7th, and their closer, Tyler Camp, closed out the Broncos, and the Larks won that one 4-1. Now we head to the bottom of the 7th here in Game 2 again, a 3-run deficit for El Dorado. This time it's 5-2, and it's 9-1-2 for El Dorado. It's Oliver, Luca, and Lane against Ethan Landon, who's been very good in his 1 1/3 innings. 4 straight have gone down to Landon. 1 strikeout, a ground out, a pop out to third, and a pop out to first. No balls and a strike to Oliver. He hits one right out to Koyman at second base. He looks it into the glove, fires to first for the first out. So important, Avery, when you want to put together a big rally in that, the bottom half of the 7th or 9th inning, whatever it might be. It always seems like the best rallies come when the leadoff guy can get on base and start disrupting things a little bit. We'll see if Luka can get things going now.
And even maybe a little bit more than that is, I would say, even a kind of a long at bat to start. That was Oliver. I think that was maybe 2 pitches. Obviously, he got a ball that he could hit, but some long at bat maybe gives the pitcher some stressful pitches during the at bat, and that seems to really get on the pitcher, not just for that at bat, but later in the inning.
So Dylan Muka at the plate. He fouls one sharply down the third base line. 1 ball and 1 strike. Landon, a long look in. Now he's ready. Long, lanky kid delivers the 1-1 and right down the middle. Just above the belt, looked like there. Good spot for Landon, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 5-2 Hayes, bottom of the 7th. Hayes looking for a 3-game sweep here in El Dorado. And Muka slaps one between third and short for a base hit. Second hit of the night for Dylan Muka. He has scored both of El Dorado's runs. So here comes Sam Lane, and if Sam can get on somehow, Avery, you give Cuddy and Schmitz a chance to maybe tie this with 1 swing. We haven't seen the power from El Dorado yet this weekend.
We haven't, but what a better time than right now.
We know it's there. Here's Sam Lane. Struck out in the first, singled in the third, and flew out to center field in the 5th inning. And the first pitch in there for a strike. Sam Lane, starting center fielder for the Broncos. And the pitch, and just on the outside corner, Lane slaps it foul. No balls and 2 strikes.
Now Sam has to kind of play defensive, protect the strike zone. Definitely don't want to go down looking here.
Landon with the pitch, and he goes off speed, and Lane was a little mixed up there. Koyman ranging out, and the ball lands between the right fielder and the second baseman, but they're still going to get the out. So it's not an error. It'll be a fielder's choice, and Muka is retired 9-6.
You know that's tough, yeah, because you got to be tagging up there. Muka, there wasn't much he could do. He was about 3 steps off first base, but by the time that ball dropped, it was an easy play for Gruner.
Yeah, nothing. When you can't be too far off, because Gruner makes the catch there, he can whistle it back to first base and get you out. So, yeah, I mean, Muka played it exactly right. Didn't expect it to land between Koyman and Gruner. Then after a little bit of confusion, Gruner picked it up and still had plenty of time to get Muka out at second base. Cuddy, a big swing and miss. Strike 1. Ball 1, strike 1 to Brandon Cuddy. Cuddy, a single back in the 5th inning. Scored Dylan Muka from second. He reached on an error in the 3rd inning and walked in the 1st. Cuddy's been on base all 3 times, but now he's down in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two runs and 4 hits here for the Broncos. Starting pitching from Hayes has been just dynamite this weekend. Here's the 1-2. Hit up the middle. Leffler ranges. Will throw over to first base and retire Cuddy. And it's a 3-game sweep for the Hayes Larks as Cuddy goes down 6-3, and the final score is Hayes 5, El Dorado 2. 3 very good games. I know Friday night's game, the score looks like it got a little out of hand. 8-2 was the final, but that was a 3-2 game for quite a while, Avery, and then 4-1 in the first game tonight and 5-2. I mean, Hayes showed it might have been the better team this weekend, but El Dorado is not too far behind. These teams match up pretty well.
I would say both these teams are very good teams, all have good seasons. What it really came down to was clutch hitting. Hayes had some, especially Zaire Koyman, who had big hits in all 3 games, and that really was the difference. The starting pitching for Hayes has had a little bit of an edge on the Broncos this weekend, but other than that, you know, these teams are pretty even. And I look forward to seeing how they'll match up in Hayes, I think, in July.
Yeah, the Broncos will be heading to Hayes, let's see. Looks like June 27th, 28th, and 29th. So just in about 3 weeks, they'll hook up again, but in Hayes. And for the Broncos, they fall to 1-3 in league play, and they're out of league Tuesday at Newton, out of town and out of league, but they'll need to get back to work here Wednesday night against Derby, a team they handled 22-8 last week.
Yeah, you know, you got to let this one get past you. You know, a couple unfortunate plays. You know, a couple things didn't go the Broncos' way, but you got to let that go. It's baseball. That's the good thing with this sport is after tomorrow, once you wake up tomorrow, you got to realize that there's more baseball to play, and you got to go back at it Monday at practice, and then Tuesday, another game.
Yeah, the Broncos win their first 4. They lose 3 in a row here, and so they'll try to get back on the winning track on Tuesday night. The winning pitcher for this game, Alex Danielle, and the losing pitcher is Landon Bush, and Ethan Landon gets a save for Hayes. The time of this game, let's see, was 1 hour and 56 minutes. And Hayes wins it by a score of 5-2, and they sweep the doubleheader. Our next broadcast will be Wednesday night when Derby comes to town to take on the El Dorado Broncos. Hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. For Avery Olson, Kurt Caden bidding you good night from El Dorado.